Order. Morning, everyone. I would like to call the Law Amendments Committee for April 14th, 2022 to order and welcome everyone to Province House. My name's Dave Ritzie. I'm the Vice Chair for this committee and MLA for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River, and I'll be chairing today's meeting. I'll ask that the members of the committee to identify themselves for the record, starting to my right.
Carmen Kerr, MLA for Annapolis.
Fred Tilley, MLA Northside Westmount.
Claudia Chender, MLA for Dartmouth South.
Lisa Lachance, MLA Halifax, Little Sable Island.
Tom Taggart, MLA Colchester North.
Trevor Boudreau, MLA for Richmond.
John A. McDonald, MLA Hants East.
Morning, everyone. Ken Smith, MLA for the Eastern Shore.
Also with us today is Legislative Council. I have Gordon Hebb to my right and Killian Schlemmer to my left. So I just want to go over some housekeeping rules before we get started. I'd like to request that everyone please turn off your cell phones or put them on vibrate. I will ask that anyone attending in the audience be always respectful. There is to be no shouting or cheering either for or against what is discussed or any other disorderly behavior. If there is disorderly behavior, you'll be asked to leave. The taking of pictures or video by anyone other than accredited media is not permitted. Each presenter is allowed, in the first case, the first 8 presenters will be allowed 10 minutes to speak and 5 minutes for questioning. I'll alert you when 1 minute left for the presentation. There'll be up to 5 minutes allowed for questions for the committee members. And then we'll proceed after that first 8, and it'll be 5 and 5, okay? Presenters are not to use any kind of props. If presenters have handouts for the committee members, please provide them to the pages for distribution. We've received, I think everybody's received electronic emails with letters. Copies of all written submissions on the bill have been received by the committee members. Okay. The agenda listing order in which presenters will be invited to speak is available for viewing on our table down at the end there. Meeting times today will be from 9 a.m. to 12:30 and resume again at 3 p.m. To roughly 5:55, allowing us enough time to return to the legislature so we get as many witnesses and speakers in as possible during the allotted times. So we have our first participant. We can pull him or her up. Good morning.
Good morning.
So welcome. Please state your name for the record, where you reside, and please advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed when we proceed with questioning.
So my name is Paige Hoveling. I am the Government Relations and Communications Advisor at the Nova Scotia Association of Realtors, and I reside in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia, and you can address me as Paige.
Okay, wonderful. So once again, you'll have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questioning amongst the members.
Sounds great.
Okay, so I will let you know when you have a minute left. All right?
Okay,
all right.
That's great. I'll try not to take the full 10.
Wonderful. So we're gonna start right now, and the time right now is 9:04.
Great. So thank you so much for having me, everyone. As I said, my name is Paige Hoveling, and I'm the Government Relations and Communications Advisor at the Nova Scotia Association of Realtors, or NSAR. NSAR is the voice of real estate in Nova Scotia. We're the professional association for realtors in the province, and we represent over 1,900 brokers and salespeople across Nova Scotia. We also operate the MLS system in Nova Scotia, or you might know it as realtor.ca. We're here today to talk in particular about the non-resident deed transfer tax and non-resident property taxes. Before I dive too deep into these, I'd like to start by giving you a bit of analysis of the current situation in Nova Scotia. At the end of March, we had fewer than 1.5 months of inventory on the market in Nova Scotia. We're hovering around a 1% vacancy rate for rentals, and that depends on where you are in the province. It can be a bit lower than that. I think we can all agree that housing affordability is declining, and we need to address housing supply across the housing spectrum. I think that's the intent behind this bill. We truly believe that this is aimed at making housing more accessible and more affordable for Nova Scotians. However, there are some unintended consequences that I want to talk about today. With our population reaching almost or over 1 million people now and hoping to get closer to 2 in the next several years, we really need to address what we're doing with housing. And what are realtors doing? Well, last year, the association contributed approximately $100,000 to support shelter-related charities in Nova Scotia. We've created an affordable housing submission and sent it to the Nova Scotia Commission on Affordable Housing. And we work with partners across the industry to try to increase housing. Because as we know, housing is a spectrum. It's everything from shelters and transition housing to rentals, long-term care, and of course, the housing market. And when one area of the spectrum is unhealthy, the entire spectrum is unhealthy. So we have some shared goals. We want to ensure that every Nova Scotian has a place to call home. Now that's where this legislation comes in, because it's not going to do that. It's not going to increase the affordability or accessibility of homes to Nova Scotians. It's not going to have a meaningful impact. To give you a bit of an idea, StatsCan noted that in 2020, approximately 3.6% of properties in Nova Scotia were owned by out-of-province residents. The majority of those homes are located outside of census metropolitan areas. So what that means is they're located outside of HRM, CBRM, New Glasgow, Truro, and Kentville. The majority of owners and buyers that are going to be impacted by these new taxes are not going to be in the areas where we most need housing. And I think that's where the unintended consequences come in. As I stated earlier, I truly believe, and we truly believe, that the goal is to make housing more accessible for Nova Scotians. We want everybody to have a safe place to call home, but unfortunately, this legislation is not targeted. It's not going to help those areas most at need. The 10,000 properties outside of the census metropolitan areas are generally in rural communities. It's not going to help in HRM or CBRM, where we really need housing. It's also going to hurt the economies in those rural communities. Rural communities often rely on seasonal property owners and seasonal residents to boost their economies during those busy seasons. These folks spend money on everything from renovations and upgrades with local tradespeople to year-round maintenance, which again, they're hiring local residents. We also have to consider that they spend money on groceries, on retail, and on tourism. Seasonal residents are huge proponents of our tourism and of our province. We want their economic impact in our rural communities. In fact, we rely on it. We're penalizing people who call themselves Nova Scotians. These are people who have traditional family homes in our province. They may have lived here in the past, but unfortunately, when our economy maybe wasn't so great as it is right now, they left. They left to find jobs, but they kept their family homes. They kept them in areas like Badette, on the South Shore, or in the Valley, and they want to come home. They spend time, they spend energy, and they spend money here. They are connected to their communities. Most of these seasonal residents not only spend money in their communities, but they support local charities and arts programming. These are people that contribute economically, socially, and culturally to the fiber of our rural communities. And these taxes are going to be devastating to some of these residences. It also makes Nova Scotia very unwelcoming, which is not something we want. We're generally a welcoming people. We spend millions of dollars to attract people to our province. But then on the other hand, we tell them it's going to cost you a lot extra to be here. It's not okay, and it's going to harm our communities. I usually don't speak to clients. I work with realtors and support realtors. But I can tell you, I have talked to hundreds of clients over the last several months who are absolutely devastated by this tax. They're not necessarily concerned about their financial impact, but that is a huge piece of it. They're very concerned about their communities, about the places that they call home and the places that they have family, and how these taxes are going to impact those communities. So what are we asking you to do about this? First and foremost, let's scrap them. Let's go back to the drawing board. Let's work together to come up with solutions that are going to make sure that every Nova Scotian has a place to call home. These are not going to do that. They're going to do more harm than good. We can also create a grandfathering system. Folks that have these seasonal properties, those families that have lived in and been coming to Nova Scotia for 30, 40, 50 years, let's grandfather their properties in. And finally, let's phase the taxation in. This is a huge burden on a lot of property owners. This is going to triple their taxation. Their property taxes may go from under $1 to almost $3. That's a huge financial hit to these people who might just have a non-winterized seasonal cottage in Lunenburg County. Let's phase in the taxes to ease the burden on these folks and help these families budget appropriately and decide if they want to stay in Nova Scotia, which we hope they do, and how they're going to be able to manage that. So with that said, I think I've been under 10 minutes and I would be very happy to take any questions that anyone has.
Thank you so much. I'm just going to stop my stopwatch here. That would take me. There we go. Reset. Okay. So we're going to have 5 minutes of questions. Just raise your hand if you have a question. I have ahead of MLA Taggart and then MLA Tilley.
Thanks, Chair. It's good to see you, Paige. Haven't talked to you for a bit. I appreciate your presentation. I have a little different opinion on how this will have a negative impact on the rural community, which you know I'm very passionate about. Spent a lot of time there, well, I lived there all my life. There's no question that we appreciate the value that summertime residents bring to our communities. However, my question is, Paige, you spoke about outside the urban cores, in particular Truro. Could you, and I know this is, I doubt you got this right at your fingertips, but you may, how houses in 104, like say in 102 South, which I think is down to Parisboro, West Colchester, how many days are they, average days are they staying on the market today compared to, you know, say a year or two ago? Because I think it's my opinion that certainly you're right on 2 years ago, but I'm not sure that those, like I don't believe there's a home on the market at all along that shore that stays for more than a week or so, right? So I'm just wondering about that. Can you answer that?
Yeah, so Tom, you're right. I don't have the statistics for days on market for that particular area right at my fingertips right now, but we do know that houses are moving quickly right now. I think everybody recognizes, and I know you're a former realtor, so you understand the market is very busy and houses are moving very quickly. And in some areas of the province, there is no inventory available. So houses are moving quickly. Unfortunately, I don't have those numbers at the tip of my fingers, but I'd be happy to send them to you after this if you're interested.
Thank you, Paige. MLA Tilley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Paige. Paige, you mentioned in your presentation that 3.6% of property owners were out of province. Do you have the statistic for the percentage of those out of province that are actually out of country?
No, so we don't have those statistics. Canada didn't have those available when we searched those, so I don't have that breakdown, but we can dig into that if you're interested and send that along.
Are there any other questions? MLA McDonald.
Thank you, Paige. I do have a question, which is, I was talking to a couple real estate agents, and the 5% they honestly didn't have so much of an issue with, because their feeling is people who live here are getting bid out on property. So I'm wondering what, I'll just say NSAR, which NSARU, what your take is on that. Would you agree with that? That seems to be a trend? Or am I just happen to catch the ones in my area that are supportive of the 5%? Thank you.
So I think deed transfer tax in general is a burden to home buyers, and it's something that NSAR has been advocating on for a number of years. We have been advocating to waive deed transfer tax for first-time buyers or extend the payment period, because even the 1.5% or 1%, depending on where you are in the province, that's paid to your municipality can be thousands and thousands of dollars for folks who are making the biggest purchase of their life. So an additional 5% on top of that, raising some folks' deed transfer tax to 6.5% is really quite a burden to these out-of-province residents. So we are hearing concerns about this and the property taxes.
There's no other questions. No. Well, do you have another question? Yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry, MLA McDonald.
So Paige, just to get back, so the real estate agents who I've talked to in my community have a different opinion than the real estate agents you're talking to, because their view, the 5%, they don't mind it because it's not going to be paid to Nova Scotians who are trying to move back home.
I think you're right. It's going to have less of a burden on Nova Scotians. Deed transfer tax in general is a huge cost when you purchase a home, and something that needs to be budgeted for. I think there's a variety of opinions across.
Order. Time has elapsed for questions. Thank you so much, Paige, for coming on today.
Thank you for having me.
Have a great day. All right, our next presenter is virtual. All virtual. There we go.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you okay. We can't see you, though.
You can't see me, huh? How about now?
That's perfect. Thank you, Mr. Martel. Could you please, for the record, welcome and state your name and for the record and where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed.
Okay. My name is Robert Martel. I presently reside in Charlotte, North Carolina. Although as I go through and read my statement, you'll see I was born and raised in Nova Scotia. Please call me Robert. I'm not a formal guy, so yeah, just call me Robert.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, Robert. You'll have 10 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for questions from the members.
Wonderful. So my name is Robert Martel, and I'm deeply concerned about the new special property tax that's being levied on non-residents of Nova Scotia. My issue is not with the fact that I'll have to pay some additional taxes. It's about the extreme magnitude of the tax, which is far beyond what anybody could possibly deem to be reasonable. My wife and I were born, raised, and got married in Nova Scotia. We were both educated at St. Francis Xavier University. And although we presently live in the US due to career and work transfers, we remain Canadian citizens. We pay Canadian taxes on our Canadian income. We pay HST during our annual stays in Nova Scotia. And of course, we also pay Nova Scotia property taxes. We have a family cottage in Cape Breton, which we purchased as part of our retirement plans, so we can spend several months each year with our siblings who reside in Nova Scotia. We place no burden on high-cost services of the Nova Scotia government, such as education and healthcare, so the current taxes we pay are substantially net revenue gains for the province. In my case, this new special tax means that I'll have to pay almost triple the amount of property taxes on my family cottage that I paid last year. As a retiree collecting a fixed pension income, the incredible magnitude of this tax increases significantly the impact on my personal finances. Now, I don't believe that the province intended to severely punish any native-born Nova Scotians for the privilege of spending time with their families, but this is a real-life consequence of the new tax legislation as it's currently written. I'm therefore asking the province to lessen the impact of this new property tax for native-born Nova Scotians by way of a special reduction for people who were actually born in Nova Scotia and continue to be Canadian citizens. If the new tax is implemented as it's currently written, I'll be forced to change my spending behavior in order to manage my personal finances. This will undoubtedly include avoiding any future property improvements to my cottage, substantially reducing our discretionary spending on restaurants and entertainment while in Nova Scotia, and no longer inviting friends from the US to come visit us in Nova Scotia. None of that would be good for Nova Scotia tourism and for the local merchants in our rural community. Now, I don't know if the province has considered in your planning for this tax the very significant amount of money non-resident cottage owners collectively spend in the local communities during their summer stays. If you haven't, you should, because I know it's substantial. I know the amount that I spend, and a good portion of that is at risk with this new property tax. In closing, I just want to repeat my two key points to make sure that everybody's clear. Number one, I'm not opposed to paying some reasonable amount of additional property taxes for the benefit of the greater good. And number two, I'm asking that Native Nova Scotians receive a significant reduction from the proposed level of property taxes so they're not severely punished for the privilege of spending time with their families. And I want to thank you for your time, and I welcome any questions.
To the committee members for questions, starting with MLA Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Robert, for presenting. You mentioned proposing a reasonable increase. Could you elaborate on what you consider to be a reasonable increase?
I'm certainly open to that, and reasonable is not 200%. Reasonable could be 50% or something like that, but God, not 200% increase. Or 300% increase in my case, because it would triple.
Are there any other questions from committee members? MLA Boudreau.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Robert. You'd said something during your presentation that just piqued my interest. You mentioned that you pay taxes in Canada. Do you pay taxes in this province?
I pay federal taxes, and I pay HST, and I pay property taxes.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Robert, for your time. I don't see any other hands up from our committee members, but I want to thank you so much for coming on this morning. I think it's bright and early down your way, so thanks again.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and thank you all for listening to me. So have a great day and have a great meeting.
Yes, you as well. Thank you.
Bye.
All right. We have Mr. Duckworth. Good morning.
Have a great day.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, just a second here. How's that?
Perfect. There we go. Thank you so much. Well, welcome. Just a couple things. If you could state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed during the questions. You'll have 10 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questioning.
Okay, my name is John Duckworth. I live in Kingsburg, Nova Scotia, in Lunenburg County. I'm a businessman, and I'd like to be addressed as John.
Okay, please go, John.
Can you hear me all right?
We can.
All right. Are you,
Yep, we're ready to go.
are you ready to go? Okay. My interest here is the welfare of the economy of Nova Scotia and the reputation of the province of Nova Scotia nationally and internationally. I will limit my comments to the proposed $2 assessment property tax. Major new taxes like this need to be supported by a cost-benefit study. But to quote Minister McMaster, there's no way to concretely know for sure if this will work until the tax is implemented. This would make it clear that no cost-benefit study has been done. And my fear is that by the time the government realizes that the tax is not doing what it is supposed to do, the province will have suffered irreparable damage, which was the case when the Yarmouth Ferry and the film industry were shut down by previous governments. So let me present my own predictions. But first, what is not clear to me is the definition of a resident and a non-resident. Perhaps those definitions could be made available a little later. Secondly, let me say that the so-called non-resident should be known as part-time residents. The non-resident label makes it sound like they are never here, when in fact they are here a lot of the time, and perhaps a majority are even Nova Scotians, or have had to leave the province temporarily to find work and plan to return permanently. Since the legislation was introduced, here's what has happened. The tax is seen as having nothing whatsoever to do with creating affordable housing where it is needed. The tax is seen as discriminating against not only foreigners or other Canadians, but against Nova Scotians who don't happen to be living in Nova Scotia at this time. The tax is seen as a way to get revenue from a group of non-voting, politically vulnerable people who are bringing tens of millions of dollars into the province every year. The tax is seen as undemocratic. The tax is seen as a direct attack on the economy of rural Nova Scotia. It would have little or no effect on the Halifax market, where it is just fine for Nova Scotians to own multiple properties, rent them on Airbnb, and make them unavailable for year-long rentals. This tax is seen as by far the most punitive of its kind in Canada. This tax is seen as applying to properties that are not even accessible in the winter. This tax is seen as applying to property owners who do not require schooling or medical services. The people being taxed just want to come here and spend money. This tax is aimed at people who own cottages and second homes in rural Nova Scotia and live in them part-time. These owners are not speculators. They use their homes on a regular basis and contribute in a big way to their communities. This tax is aimed at punishing the very people who have been resurrecting the economy of rural Nova Scotia for decades. Rural realtors have been inundated with calls from part-time owners, many of whom have owned their properties for decades. Some have inherited their properties. These owners are beginning to realize that their annual property taxes are about to triple. Almost all, if not all, rural realtors are reporting that their prospective non-resident buyers, once advised of this new annual tax, are not interested in buying anymore. Nova Scotia is already being seen as a place where outsiders are not welcome. Because of the shocking way in which this tax is being implemented, it will likely have a negative effect on business investment. What is this government going to decide to tax next? Part-time owners are feeling hurt and betrayed. Outsiders have always been welcome here, and now they are being penalized for being here. Part-time owners are already canceling their plans to build on their land or renovate their houses. Part-time owners who have been the best ambassadors for the province has had have already stopped extolling the virtues of this province. And here's what is going to happen. People won't be able to pay the triple tax will be forced to A, become residents of Nova Scotia and lose their job, lose their community, find a new job, pay more HST and income tax, and join the 88,000 Nova Scotians currently without a doctor. B, rent to Nova Scotians and lose the use of their homes. Or C, sell to a Nova Scotian resident at a discount because the market for the properties will be decimated. Reduced prices may sound great, but wait a minute. That will reduce the value of all rural properties, which in turn will reduce property assessments and cause municipalities to have to increase their tax rates and the taxes on every property. If this tax is implemented, it is so out of line and so discriminatory that it will be exposed in national and international media. Nova Scotia will lose its reputation as a welcoming place. The highly paid workers in the construction industry, mills, building supply dealers, tradesmen will feel the effects of canceled residential work. Many community and charitable organizations will feel the loss of their supporters. Tourist accommodations, restaurants, and cultural events will feel the loss of business from the part-timers. Many existing part-time owners will try to figure out how to avoid paying this tax, resulting in a substantial policing cost to the province. There will be a lot less money coming into the province. Money that is already here will just circulate. This tax is going to hurt all Nova Scotians living in rural areas when it comes to selling their properties. They will realize that the market for their properties has been decimated. And perhaps most important is the fact that the more successful this tax is in replacing part-time owners with residents, the less successful the program will be in achieving its goal of bringing in tax revenue. For every time a part-time property is converted to a resident property, the triple tax revenue disappears. This is the first time I have ever heard of a program that achieves less of its goals, the more successful it is. Taken to the extreme, if all the part-time properties become resident properties, this tax would not generate 1 penny of revenue and would actually cost the municipalities. We all know that the government needs more revenue. However, I would like to suggest that this tax will not be activated until a cost-benefit study be completed. There is every indication that the tax is not going to result in any net revenue to the province and will result in less revenue to the municipalities. The revenue the tax will generate will be more than canceled out by the loss of business, the resulting loss of PSD and income tax, the cost of policing, and the harm it will do to the reputation of this province nationally and internationally. I would also like to suggest that the government convene a meeting with members of the business community in an attempt to come up with a better, less shocking, and discriminatory plan for raising revenues. How about taxing all property owners in the province who have more than one property? That would substantially reduce the $2 rate to perhaps 50 cents. To sum up, this discriminatory bill is an attack on and will do irreparable harm to the economy of rural Nova Scotia. It will do a great disservice to the reputation of this province. It will harm every Nova Scotian who plans to sell their rural property. It will do nothing to create affordable housing, and it will not result in any net tax gain to the province. I urge this committee to amend the bill by deleting this tax until a comprehensive economic cost-benefit analysis shows that such a tax will somehow be a benefit to the people of this province. Thank you for this opportunity to present my views.
Thank you, Mr. Duckworth, for the presentation. We'll now turn to the committee. You'll have 5 minutes of 5 minutes for questioning. Do I have any hands to ask any questions? MLA Tilley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Duckworth, for your presentation. Excuse me, in your presentation, you talked about asking for meetings with the business community to discuss the tax. To your knowledge, has there been any consultation with the business community regarding the implementation or the proposal of this particular tax?
Not that I know of, no.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from committee members? I'm seeing none. Mr. Duckworth, thank you so much for taking the time to present to us today.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Have a great day.
Same to you, sir.
So our next witness, we got two and one. There's Janet. Hi, good morning. Good morning. Morning, Janet. Morning, Janet. There we go. We can see you, we can't hear you.
Yeah, their mic's not working.
Can you hear us? Janet and David, can you hear us? No.
The bad part is you didn't tell them to put the thumbs up because they could be saying, I can hear you.
So we'd let people said unless they can solve it, there's nothing that on our end we
Okay,
can do. So,
yeah, just let them know. Oh, you're texting them back and forth?
yeah, we're in a group on Microsoft Teams, so we.
All right. All right, well, we'll just have to let them, if they can't turn it on. I was gonna try the phone.
The next presenter is
We're going to go on, we're going to move on to the next person. They're in the waiting room while they get their, hopefully get their technical difficulties straightened out. Anyways, do we have Hans in? What is it? Good morning, Hans. Oh, you're on mute.
How's that?
Yeah,
Can
just
you
a
hear me?
little. Yeah, volume a little up. Can you turn your
Okay.
volume? Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
perfect. Thank you so much, Hans, for joining us. I just wanted to welcome you, and I'd like for you to please state your name for the record and where you reside. And please advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed during questions.
sure. I'm Hans Bergild, and I was born and raised in Nova Scotia, and I live in Halifax. And you can call me Hans, like the county. And I'm very pleased to be able to give my views on the subject of non-resident property tax.
Wonderful. Thank you, Hans. And you'll have 10 minutes to present, and we'll give you 5 minutes at the end for committee members to ask questions.
Okay.
So I'll let you know when you have a minute left in your presentation if you stretch it out. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
So thanks again for allowing me to express my disapproval of the new non-resident property tax in Nova Scotia. I find it unjust, arbitrary, and that it discriminates against some of the greatest champions that Nova Scotia has. They would be the many non-resident owners, especially those who own ancestral homes where they visit every summer, often with their children and grandchildren. They spend their money here for months at a time, year after year after year. These are friends and neighbors who have invested their time, creativity, energy, and money into our beautiful province. Some have started businesses, and many of them employ local tradespeople to work on their homes. They are also the foundation of a returning tourist base happening year after year, which, if removed, could cause financial calamity for many small towns in our province. The tripling of the non-resident owners' taxes is, in my view, excessive. It's over the top. It will drive many of these people away. Just because they own a property in Nova Scotia and live somewhere else does not mean they are rich and can afford such a tax. That these non-resident owners are rich and can easily afford this cash grab is an assumption that this new tax seems to make. And it is most likely wrong over 50% of the time. It's insulting, to say the least. The non-resident property tax seems unfair to me. It is changing the rules in the middle of a game. We were all taught as children that you can't do that. That's unfair. You have to abide by the rules. The non-residents do not put a financial burden on our healthcare system. Their fees are reimbursed to Nova Scotia by their home province or health insurance plan. Those who are buying our province simply to park their money and never visit or participate in the community or use the property at all are a different kind of non-resident owner. Perhaps the tax should focus on them. It should not penalize those who have made contributions and a commitment to their communities over many years. I believe this tax needs a more thorough examination and exploration of its exemptions. It's not ready for prime time. In particular, there should be exemptions for non-residents who have owned ancestral homes for many years. This tax currently threatens to alienate some of our greatest fans and allies, and that would be a terrible shame. I am presenting here today on behalf of my sister, Anna, who lives in Ontario, a senior on a fixed income, who owns a small vacation home on Nova Scotia's South Shore. Anna, her children and grandchildren visit this home every year. This home has been in our family for almost 200 years. My sister Anna writes, I was born and raised in Nova Scotia. I regretfully had to leave for work opportunities in Ontario. I own a vacation home in Shelburne, Nova Scotia, that I inherited from my father 2 decades ago and has been in my family since 1836. I continue to employ tradespeople and a caretaker locally to maintain the property while I'm not there. It is not winterized, so I'm unable to rent it, but I spend as much time as I can afford in the warmer months of the year. Many of us in these small communities are also former Nova Scotians who have endeavored to hang on to their ancestral homes while having to work elsewhere and cherish the time they can spend back home. We may have Ontario license plates, but we consider Nova Scotia our home. We pay our property taxes, are not a burden on the school system, and if a medical issue arises, Nova Scotia Health is reimbursed by our province of residence. No other province has imposed such a tax on Canadian citizens, and it does not seem to reflect the Nova Scotian spirit of hospitality. To punish those who love and have supported Nova Scotian rural villages for years and stimulated their economic rebound seems mean-spirited. Please reconsider the exorbitant tax on rural vacation homes owned by Canadian citizens and allow them to be exempt. Okay, well, I'll just sum up now my feelings about this. There are many different situations around the issue of non-resident owners of property in Nova Scotia. The tax, it needs to be explored in greater detail, examining all of the many situations involved. Otherwise, friends, family, and neighbors may be hurt. The tax may also completely backfire, and we will lose some of our greatest supporters. At the very least, I suggest that the province include more amendments and exceptions to this hastily concocted tax. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you so much, Hans. We'll now go to committee members for questions, starting with MLA Taggart.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome, Hans. You spoke about your rural vacation family home. Could you tell us approximately how many days or weeks a year that's occupied?
I would say 4 or 5 months. My sister's children and her grandchildren spend a lot of time there. So yeah, I would say 4 to 5 months a year.
MLA Tilley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Hans, for your great presentation. I think you make a lot of great points within your presentation, and something that you said really struck a chord with me, and it's something I've been hearing as well, is it does seem like a bit of a tax grab and could cause some problems for us in the future. But what would you think of the idea if they were able to change that tax with an exemption for Canadian residents? Do you think that would be a benefit to the province?
I think that would be heading in the right direction. Certainly, my sister, my major example here, considers herself a Nova Scotian first and a resident of Ontario second. And that's why it's such a bitter pill to swallow that her property tax could be tripled when she's been such a great custodian of the property.
I don't see any other questions, Hans, but thank you so much for your presentation and joining us this morning.
thank you so much for hearing me out. I appreciate it.
Wonderful, thank you. We are going to go back to Janet and David. I think, David? Oh, maybe not. Still can't hear you.
I thought they called him. Here we go.
Okay. Oh, it's coming. Don't hang up.
Tell him to unmute the phone.
Can you who? There we go.
Hello? There we go.
Hey,
Hello?
there we go.
Oh my goodness, getting old isn't pleasant.
Not at all. Great job. I'm glad you can join us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, David and Janet. Thank you for your time today. I'd like to welcome you to our committee meeting. Just would like for you to please state your name and for the record and where you reside, and please advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed during our 5-minute question period.
Janet Cross, Kingston, Ontario, and you just call me Janet, please.
Okay.
And I'm David Fairley. Just call me David.
Okay.
And I'm from Kingston, Ontario, too.
Okay, wonderful. Well, welcome. We'll provide you with 10 minutes to present, and then I'll let you know when you have a minute left, and then I'll pass it off to committee members with about 5 minutes of questioning. So total of 15 minutes.
Okay, it's a bit scripted, just so you know. You had to write it all down because we don't remember everything.
That's
So
quite
David,
all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
Yeah. Basically, we have a long-term relationship with Nova Scotia, probably about 10 generations. My parents are buried in Osborne Cemetery, and my grandparents, my great-great-greats, and on and on. And a few years ago, about 2015, we looked at buying a cottage property in our home area around Lewis Head and Allendale in that area. And we found a great undeveloped property, and we built using all local trades and materials, et cetera. And of course, then COVID came. We spent...
well, we didn't finish our build until 2020.
Yeah, 2020, we finished our build. And then with travel restrictions, we really haven't had we've been a couple of times, and we've got all of the furnishings and appliances and what have you in place. But we've just sort of gotten to the point where we're going to probably enjoy our cottage. It's a seasonal cottage on an unassumed road. So access and things that would determine it to be a good full-time Nova Scotia residence is not a fact. It's just going to be a cottage forever. We just think that the tax position, both the 2% and the 5% proposed taxes, are overly punitive. Like I don't think they solve the overall deficit problem for Nova Scotia, nor do they solve the housing crisis in Canada, because it's a Canadian problem. We have the same housing crisis in Kingston as you do in Halifax and other areas.
Primarily because the buyers here are Toronto people, and it's pushed our prices way up as well. So
we couldn't afford to buy the house we're in now in Kingston. So, so things are changing everywhere, and we think that also it's influenced by both the positive and negative impacts of immigration, where people are being invited to Canada and causing even further housing shortages. We sympathize with the government of Nova Scotia because we don't think the proposed tax levy against out of province people is the right solution. And I think McMaster and the financial people are sort of grasping at straws without a lot of research.
Like in Ontario, we have a foreign tax. So anybody outside the country will pay a foreign tax. And that was implemented to, you know, cool down outside buyers coming in and driving the prices up. So that's in place for people outside of Canada, but certainly not anybody within Canada.
Yeah, we're as Canadian as anybody in Nova Scotia, and we're very proud of our roots, both Nova Scotian and, you know, I think a lot of military families got displaced during the war. You know, all my uncles, my parents, everybody served, and you know, they got discharged all over the country. And I guess in the time there was no work in Nova Scotia anyway, so going back was not really a reality. But we would like to, overall, we would like to appeal the fairness of this levy. You know, not that taxes shouldn't be paid. We pay our taxes. We've paid our taxes since we built. We are not unhappy about our assessment. We're not capped like Nova Scotia taxpayers are capped, and that's fine. We're not concerned about the capping, but we're just concerned. We're concerned from a couple of reasons. First of all, the fairness of is this the best way to share the pain, knowing that Nova Scotia needs revenue? And the second thing we're really concerned about is not just our impact, but is this the best, what is the future economic impact of something so punitive being shared mainly with fellow Canadians? From the statistics that Mr. McMaster spoke of to the news, over half of the 27,000 people that own property in Nova Scotia that don't live in Nova Scotia full time are from Ontario. And probably that's been the biggest people export from Nova Scotia over the last 10 decades, I would say. Anyway, those are our thoughts. We would just like to have fairness. We think that as fellow Canadians, we don't deserve to be treated this punitively. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Janet and David. We have a committee member or two maybe has some questions, so it's 5 minutes. Allocate 5 minutes for questions, so we'll start with MLA Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Janet and David. Finally, nice to connect, and you made some great points as well. Yeah. I spent many years in tourism hosting, you know, thousands of people from Ontario and across the country, and it seemed to me that anyone visiting Nova Scotia part-time or living here part-time tended to spend at a higher rate than they would back, in quotes, their average working life or normal life. Is that true for you folks? Did you find that when you come here, you may tend to be a little bit more willing to open the wallet, or I couldn't find much data on that, so I'm trying to ask people directly. Thank you.
Well, the last 2 years for sure.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we've probably spent, I don't know, in the last year and a half, we probably spent 100,000 discretionary dollars, not including construction, like buying furniture, buying appliances, buying a shed, various accessories. And I would, to put a straight answer to that, I would say yes. We participate, like although we came as family visitors for many, many years, and then as tourists, we had a motorhome, we traveled extensively in Nova Scotia. We tend to be generous spenders.
And you know what? I mean, that doesn't include restaurants and, going to Lunenburg and all the shops and all that kind of stuff, but yes.
Does that answer your question?
MLA Kerr?
It does, thank you. It's a small sample size, but it's nice to hear directly from you, so thank you.
Thank you.
I have one more question, MLA Tilley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your great presentation around this tax. You had mentioned at the very beginning that you have a long history with Nova Scotia, dating back generations with your parents, grandparents, and family members who are all from here, and the fact that you come back on numerous occasions to visit and to spend your hard-earned Ontario dollars here, and thank you for that. much appreciated. So clearly you have an amazing or a wonderful feeling about the province of Nova Scotia. So I guess my question would be to you, who have that warm feeling of Nova Scotia, how would this new proposed provincial tax make you feel about Nova Scotia going forward?
That's an excellent question, because we've had extensive discussion at home and with our Nova Scotian friends, because we have been very included in Nova Scotia because we have family and long-term friends there. And we generally feel that this is not welcoming. You as Nova Scotians, generally speaking, have made all welcome. Everybody, immigrants, people from other parts of Canada, other parts of the world.
Well, in fact, when we were looking back in 14-15 for a cottage, the province was, encouraging people from away to come and invest in the province. So that's great. We wanted to invest in the province. We want to be there. We absolutely love it. But then to hit, retirees, especially, we don't have deep pockets, but this tax is a game changer for us, quite honestly.
It's so punitive.
We may be forced to sell, and that's the reality, and we're heartbroken. Yeah, so I don't know how you feel, but that's how I feel.
Yeah, we're sad about this.
Yeah.
We're not so much angry as we are sad.
MLA Tilley, with 30 seconds.
Oh, well, I have 30 seconds to thank you very much, and I think that was a very heartfelt answer to that question. And I, for one, Nova Scotian and Cape Bretoner, proud Cape Bretoner and Nova Scotian, thank you for your investment in this province. It's no small feat, especially the way building materials are right now. So thank you so much for your investment in this province and your commitment to the province, and hopefully things will work out for the better. Thank you so much for your time.
Hope so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janet, David.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing our sad tale.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
All right, our next presenter, Vince Calderhead. Good morning, good morning, Vince.
Good morning.
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Okay, let's see about that. How's that?
There you go. Perfect. Thank you so much. I just wanted to go through a couple things before we get started. So, welcome. If you could state your name and where you reside, and advise the committee members on how you'd like to be addressed during the questions, very much appreciate it.
All right. My name is Vince Calderhead. I live in Halifax, and you can refer to me as Vince or Vincent Calderhead, and that's fine.
Okay, so Vince, we have 10 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for questioning. With 1 minute to go in your presentation, I will let you know when you have 1 minute left. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. Well, you can start right now, Vince.
Thank you. And I hope committee members have received a copy of the submission that I sent prior to my.
Yes, we have.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, that's great. First of all, I should explain I'm a lawyer who works here in Halifax. I'm a human rights lawyer, and my area of expertise is in the area of what's often referred to as poverty law, but it has to do with income supports and housing, and in particular, social assistance. So I've worked in this area for a very long time, let's say between 35 and 40 years. And as I say, I have extensive experience in the area of human rights. What I want to talk about today is the budget, in particular, the budget's failure to include any rate increases for social assistance recipients. In particular, income assistance has received no rate increase under this year's budget. And I've gone back to 2012, and there have only been 3 occasions in the last decade where the budget didn't reflect increases in the cost of living and increase social assistance rates, with this being one of the years. So it's the fact that this year's budget includes no social assistance rate increase is very unusual. Let me also begin by saying a little bit about the submission I've given you. It's intended as an overview of what the budget does for social assistance recipients. And to do that, I've set out the various components on the first page of the standard household rate, the poverty reduction credit, the affordable living tax credit, and the Nova Scotia child benefit. These are the allowances that a social assistance recipient may or may not be eligible for, depending upon their family situation. But this is it. And so the submission I've given to you gives you an overview about each of those. And I've also made reference to what's called the market basket measure, which is a Statistics Canada tool, and it's used to measure the poverty line. In 2019, the federal government, for the first time in Canadian history, established a legal and official poverty line. Various measures were used prior to that, but in 2019, the market basket measure was introduced, and it is Canada's official poverty line. And the reason I mention it is because it becomes then very crucial to see what it is social assistance recipients' incomes, and by that I mean total incomes, are, how close do they approximate the poverty line. So that's the overview. And then most of the submission I've given to you gives you details about various family scenarios. So I've included 3 different scenarios for single people, whether they're able-bodied or single people who are owning or renting or boarding, or single person with a disability who's renting. And in each case, and I'm looking now, for example, at page 4, it's the single adult with disabilities owning or renting. And I've put down exactly how much they are entitled to. This isn't a matter of mystery or something that we don't really know about because social assistance caseworkers decide it. No, this is all set by regulation. It's all completely knowable and easily knowable. So you'll see, for example, in this scenario of a single adult with disabilities who's owning or renting, their standard household rate is $9.50 a month. Taking into account the affordable living tax credit and the poverty reduction credit, that comes to just over $1,000 a month. And if you look at the next column to it, you'll see that's precisely the same amount as last year. And then I go on to say whether there's been an increase, and the answer obviously is no. So that when you take into account inflation, and the amount I've used for the forecast inflation is the amount that's set out in the budget, which is 4.2%. You then get a total decrease in terms of real dollar terms of 4.2% or $42 a month in the living standard that's now eroded. Take into account a little bit of GST that brings it to close to $28 a month. So the total income is just over $1,040 a month, or just short of $12,500 a year. And then if you look at the very bottom, you'll see under the heading of poverty line reality check, someone in that position, the poverty line adjusted for Halifax and adjusted for the consumer price index is $26,404 per year. When you look at compare that to the 12,490, you'll see that there's a deficit of 13,000 a year. That figure in red is the amount that would be required to bring that person to the poverty line, Canada's official poverty line of what's needed to enjoy a modest standard of living. In other words, that total income, including all provincial and federal benefits, reaches 47% of the poverty line. And if you look at the figure to the left of it, last year's amount was 51.4. In other words, there's been a complete erosion. So through the memo, I've given a variety of scenarios, but I'd ask you to turn to the last page, and at the top of it has some observations. And those talk about, and you'll see a table there that gives a summary for each family scenario. And in each case, and I've highlighted in yellow, that's the approximation of the poverty line that is reached by taking into account every single income available to them. And in each case, you'll see the figure in brackets that you'll see the figure in yellow. And in each case, the figure in brackets, which was last year's approximation, shows that it was higher last year than this year. In other words, people are falling further and further below the poverty line. So when this committee decides, and this government decides not to increase social assistance rates, they've fallen further and further below the poverty line. What does that mean? Well, in real terms, it means that children will go hungry. It means that people will not have enough money to heat their homes properly or to pay their rent. It will be ensuring the most vulnerable among us are going to be in crisis. And that's not a reality of nature. That's a legislative decision. That's a policy choice that this committee and this government makes. And so that's a major human rights problem. And you'll see on the last page of my submission, I say how Canada has, and Nova Scotia has legal obligations under international human rights law to provide an adequate standard of living. That is not happening. So from a human rights point of view, it's a major problem. From a policy point of view, to deliberately provide less and less adequate amounts of money for the poor is a complete disgrace. And then from a fiscal point of view, you have an increased reliance on the healthcare system, increased cost in the justice system, and an increased reliance on food banks and shelters. And so the idea that we'll save a few dollars by not giving the poor an adequate standard of living has been shown repeatedly now for over a decade to be short-sighted and will cost government more. And that's the old commercial about the muffler, you can pay to, or the oil filter, Fram oil filter used to say, you can pay me now or you can pay me later. You can shortchange the poor now, but you will pay far more
1 minute,
on.
Vince. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. So the policy choice by this government in not increasing social assistance rates means the poor fall further below the poverty line. And that's a policy choice. It's not an economic thing. It represents human rights problems. It represents policy problems. And from an economic point of view, it's misguided. Those are my submissions.
Thank you so much, Vince. We'll now go to questions from committee members. We have 5 minutes, and we'll start with MLA Lachance.
Hi, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vince, for being here today. One of the things that folks on the government side have repeatedly said is, well, maybe there's no increase in the standard assistance rate, but don't worry, there's all kinds of programs that people can access. And I'm just wondering if you could talk a little bit about the impact of trying to cobble things together in that way.
Yeah, those are usually vague references, and I've been following some of the debate. Those are, when they're said, the narrative is something like, okay, perhaps the amounts are grossly inadequate, but there's other monies available. Well, like what exactly? We know that special needs allowances are to pay the cost of a particular special need, often a disability-related need. So that doesn't allow for an increased standard of living. One example I've heard was educational programming, university costs. Those go to less than 1% of recipients. They simply aren't realistic for most recipients. So it does not serve to increase the standard of living. The reality is what's in this budget briefing note, the amount of money that 99% of people get is exactly right there.
MLA Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Vince, as well, for being here today. On the last page of the document you submitted, and your reference to Stats Canada acknowledging the official poverty line fails to take into account any living costs with persons with disabilities, are there other groups that are lost or accounted for concerning this?
The reason I've put an asterisk beside in the column for person with disability is that everyone knows that disability comes with attendant costs, and they can be fairly minor or they can be quite substantial. But in designing the market basket measure, StatsCan has done it from an openly and explicitly ableist point of view. It assumes no disability-related expenses. So it openly admits that the market basket measure for a person in poverty living with a disability is inadequate, probably grossly inadequate. There may well be other groups as well, and women, for example, costs associated with menstrual costs are not acknowledged by StatsCan. And so they're kind of a open admission that the market basket measure fails to take into account other costs.
MLA Chender.
Thank you, Vince, for your presentation today. I was actually going to ask about the same thing. And I wonder, you know, we had a great showing and the creation of the Accessibility Directorate and, you know, a goal to have Nova Scotia accessible by 2030. But we know that so many people who live with any kind of disability or need that accessibility live in poverty. And I'm wondering how you think that interacts to us being an accessible province, this notion that people can't even, afford the basics.
Yeah, it is completely inconsistent with the notion of an equitable province, the idea that people do not have enough money, people who are explicitly reliant on government and who have been found to be in need. Government has deliberately decided and chosen not to provide them with an adequate standard of living to allow them to participate as others do in a regular way. So it's completely inconsistent with inaccessibility. I'm also reminded of the very recent legislation passed by the government, the anti-racism legislation that also is broader and takes into account notions of equity and specifically refers to ableism as being a problem. So in this case, we can see very clearly from those tables how far away people in those different family scenarios are from having an accessible province and an adequate standard of living.
Thank you, Vince, for your time. That's the end of our time for questions. And appreciate you coming in today and joining us and presenting. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now move on to our next presenter or witness, Mary Byrne.
Good morning.
Did I pronounce that right? Is it Byrne?
Yes,
okay.
It is Byrne.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
One of the few that have gotten it right.
Thank you and welcome. If you could, please state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise committee members how you'd like to be addressed during questions.
Okay, my name is Mary Connolly Byrne. I reside in Ontario, but have a summer home in Nova Scotia, and you can call me Mary.
Wonderful. Well, thank you, Mary. You have 10 minutes to present, and there'll be 5 minutes left in questioning, so a total of 15 minutes, I guess. And when you have 1 minute left in your presentation, I will advise you and let you know.
Thank you.
All right, you please proceed.
Okay, as I said, my name is Mary Connolly Byrne, and I am a co-owner with my siblings of our family cottage in Hubbard's, Nova Scotia. As a proud Nova Scotian and a property owner who is living out of the province, I'm appalled at the current proposed changes to the provincial taxes aimed at non-resident owners. I believe these changes to be unfair and punitive to the people who love and financially support the province of Nova Scotia. My family has deep roots in Nova Scotia. Our mother's family, the Murphys, came to Nova Scotia in the 1830s to begin a new life. My great-grandfather, W.D. Barclay, who was the general manager of the Halifax and Southwestern Railway, was instrumental in establishing the South Shore Railway, as well as many other railways throughout the Maritimes and Western Canada. My grandfather, Thomas W. Murphy, was a prominent Halifax lawyer, and he built our cottage in Hubbard's in 1914 for his family, and this remains a cherished home to all of us. Myself, as well as my 4 brothers and sisters, were raised in Halifax. My father, due to an advancement in his career with the federal government, was transferred to Ontario, but as proud Nova Scotians, they returned every year, valuing every minute they could spend at the cottage. The fact that our cottage is not winterized limits the amount of time we are physically able to stay there. How can this tax be fair to so many who have unwinterized residences? Your financial minister, Alan McMaster, stated in a CBC interview posted on April 8th, our focus with this legislation has really been on the fact that so many Nova Scotians are struggling to find housing. I am sure you are aware that it is impossible to live in an unwinterized residence all year round. The fact that your government is taking aim at our families like ours, who consider Nova Scotia to be their home, is a very low blow. We return to the province every year for 3 or 4 months in the summer to our cottages, and occasionally at other times throughout the year. We spend time with numerous family members, including aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, cousins, and that numbers in the hundreds, all who are currently living in Nova Scotia. We were educated in the public and private schools in the province, including attending universities of St. Francis, St. Mary's, Dalhousie, and Acadia. And we've been paying taxes for well over 100 years. Since having moved out of the province in 1967, I have returned every year to Nova Scotia, not missing one summer in my life of over 70 years. We encourage our family and friends to visit the province because it is a place we love. We are your best ambassadors. While there, we support the community by shopping locally, hiring local tradespeople to maintain and improve our properties. Even our grandchildren attend sailing lessons at local sailing clubs. Annually, we spend in excess of $25,000 while in Nova Scotia, and we're just one family. This attack on non-residents will be a detriment to the tourism and economy of the province. Who of the non-residents will encourage people to come and visit and spend their money when they in turn do not feel welcome in this province? I am home when I return to the cottage. We remain loyal to our Atlantic roots, and your government is attacking this loyalty. You are attacking the non-resident owners. Previous governments in their first term of office that had misguided cash grabs, such as the Yarmouth ferry cancellation or the taxing of the entertainment industries, suffered the consequences at the next election. I resent being labeled a non-resident and believe this tax to be unfair, misguided, and a punitive money grab from a government that is attempting to take money from proud Nova Scotians who have maintained their loyalty and financial support to the province and who are unable to vote this current government out of office. I hope that you will see fit to rethink this proposal and find other solutions that are not damaging an important part of your provincial economy and the support of many Nova Scotians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mary. We'll now go to our committee members for questions. MLA Tilley.
Hi, Mary, and thank you for your presentation. I certainly understand your concerns and your anguish with this. I'm going to ask you a question, Mary, that I asked a previous presenter, and it's around the fact that you clearly have strong connections and feelings about Nova Scotia as your home, even though you currently don't reside here. And I believe many former Nova Scotians who are living in other parts of Canada feel the same. So just wondering how this tax grab that you call it, as well as I believe it is, and how that makes you feel about your home province of Nova Scotia going forward.
It really concerns me. I got very angry, and I'm still angry about it. You know, as I said, we've spent years coming down to the cottage, and it is home. And to have our taxes go up more than 3 times, the percentage that we are paying right now, is just doesn't seem fair. And especially when, when they talk about it as being something that's going to concern their housing, how they're going to help their lack of housing. We have a cottage that's not winterized. There's no water on now. There's nothing, it's just sitting there. The power is off. There's nothing that you could do about it. It doesn't have another source of heat other than a fire, like a stove. And I can't see what that's going to help them to do. So it really irks me. It really does.
MLA Tilley.
Thank you, Mary. And basically, my family similarly has a cottage exactly like yours, with no source of heat other than wood stove, no basement or anything like that. So it's not winterized. It gets used maybe 4 to 5 months of the year. So I understand your absolutely concerns around the fact that this won't help with the housing market. So do you think at the end of the day that this would cause you to give up on Nova Scotia and sell?
To be honest, I'm not sure. As I said, I'm only one of 5 members of my family that own this house. It's a trust that we set up when my parents died. I think that's something that we're going to have to really think. I mean, we have a lot of strong roots, as I said, a lot of family that are down there. And we may persist and hope that somebody smartens up and votes the government out and they change the policy. I mean, it's happened in the past. I'm not sure what we're going to do, to be honest.
MLA Kerr.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Mary, for zooming in today. Our family also has a family, it's probably a camp. It was built in the 40s, and no heat, no phone, no TV, air conditioning. I could go on and on. But the comment you made that affects me probably the most, and I've heard it a couple times, is we are your best ambassadors. And that's certainly my experience, as I mentioned to a previous contributor, was I've heard that for years. But does this maybe segue from what my colleague asked? Does this affect you being one of our best ambassadors?
Yeah, I think it does. I don't think that we're being treated fairly. And if I'm not being treated fairly, I'm not going to encourage someone else to come and get involved. We talk to our friends all the time about the great times we have at the cottage and have had over the years with our kids growing up, and had their friends come and visit, and a lot of our friends have come to visit, and I won't encourage it. I mean, why bother? You know, if they're going to treat us like that, and, you know, to go around in some of the areas, I know a lot of the non-residents, as you call them, are getting a lot of feedback from locals, and they aren't happy. You know, they talk about those people from Ontario. It's just, you know, it's not encouraging for us. And I'm not sure that I would continue to be an ambassador.
Thank you, Mary. Your time has elapsed for questions from committee members, but I want to thank you for your presentation, and thank you for taking the time this morning.
Thank you very much for hearing me out.
Okay, wonderful. We're just waiting for the next presenter to log in. At this time, while we wait for the next witness, we're going to take a 5-minute break and return at 10:44. Order. I'll now resume our presenters and questions for witnesses. Good morning, I guess, still. Sarah, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. I just want to go through a couple things. First of all, welcome and welcome to our committee meeting this morning, and thank you for taking the time. Just to ask you to state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed during questions.
My name is Sarah Philby, and I reside in Chester, Nova Scotia. And you can call me Sarah.
Okay, wonderful. So, Sarah, you'll have 10 minutes to present, and I'll let you know when you have 1 minute left, and 5 minutes for questions. So you can start anytime.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to present, and I look forward to your questions once I have done so. I am speaking as a private citizen, as a resident, as a voter, and as a proud Nova Scotian. I was born here. First part of my career was spent in Halifax. I graduated from Acadia and Dalhousie, both of course in Nova Scotia. And I practiced law for 11 years. I was a corporate commercial law partner with McGinnis Cooper and Robertson, now known as McGinnis Cooper. I was also president of Atlantic Province Economic Council for a couple of years. And like so many, I moved to Ottawa for work mid-career. Pardon me. I moved here I moved to Ottawa for work mid-career. After 14 years there, I was thrilled, much as I loved Ottawa, to move back home. And I am about to retire from the federal government. I have been serving in 3 different departments as director general, and since 2009 as assistant deputy minister. And I am currently public servant in residence at Dallas School of Public Admin. Before I begin, the housing crisis is something that is deeply troubling to all of us and should be. It's truly a crisis, but it is multifaceted and highly complex problem. We have to solve it for the future of Canada. All of us need to play our part. But the approaches need to be evidence-based, fair, seen as fair, and minimize the amount of inevitable collateral damage. It requires consultation and analysis. Sadly, in my view, this proposal is none of these things. Nova Scotia has increasingly been recognized for its leadership and strength of community during the pandemic. This is a huge opportunity for us as Nova Scotians and for the province, and it is ours to lose. I am frustrated beyond measure as I fear that this policy, if implemented as designed, will cause us to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. I am also, and I'm sad to say this, but more than a little embarrassed because this is not the Nova Scotia that I know and love. And there's no gentle way to say this, and I apologize. But the proposals feel mean-spirited, doesn't feel like my home. I had hoped we were better than this, and I am so very sad that we are not. One of the jokes in government, to the extent that they make jokes, is that that policy making is like making sausages. You may get a good result out of it, but you sure as heaven don't want to see the process. In this case, however, I don't even believe you're going to get the result you're seeking from it. First of all, I recently did send a letter to the Premier, which the Legislative Amendments Committee was copied on. So I hope all of you will take the time to read it, despite the fact that this process has been so significantly rushed. First of all, we do need to do something about the housing crisis, but punitive taxes on non-residents are morally wrong. We won't move the needle one iota. The causes of the housing crunch have never really referred to non-resident owners, included population growth, slower pace of housing starts, artificially low mortgage rates, admittedly they're easing now, large number of Airbnbs, and investment speculation. Policy addresses none of these. Non-resident ownership is a small percent, perhaps as little as 4% of the property, some of it not even winterized or having dwellings on it. And for this policy to make a dent in this crisis, you'd almost have to have a crash in property values rather than the cooling that's referred to. And I can't believe that this government, which is a responsible government, would intentionally do so. I invite you to do the math. Even a 20% drop in prices, which is a huge one, for many of the properties will still not make them accessible and affordable. Secondly, this proposal is going to negatively impact upon residents in Nova Scotia, socially, reputationally, and financially. These folks are our friends, these non-residents are our friends, our family, and our neighbors. And when you do this to them, effectively, for many of us, it feels like you're doing it to us. Nova Scotia, many of them are effectively Nova Scotians in so many ways because of their history, because of their generations of contact with Nova Scotia. They just can't be here full year round. And I'm talking to a number of them, and they're saying that they now feel like they don't belong anymore, that they're being told they're not real Nova Scotians, that they're feeling an emotional rejection. Some of them admittedly are wealthy and can afford this, perhaps. Many, many are not. We are also going to be losing significant amount of investment in our businesses and in our communities. I'm hearing tell of many non-residents who are putting to one side the plans that they had made for property improvements and renovations. Their investment is likely to be lost or scaled down. We're also going to be losing investment in community organizations. I'm involved with the Chester Playhouse, and sadly, we're already starting to hear folks saying that they will not be in a position to be as generous as they have been in the past because of this. We also have a concern, I think, about labor mobility. How is this going to affect Nova Scotians who need to work elsewhere on a temporary basis but want to retain property in the province? Sadly, I think it gives the expression "stay the blazes home" a whole new meaning for Nova Scotians. It's going to impact our relationship with the rest of Canada. We received $4 billion of equalization payments, plus or minus, and now we want more support from the rest of Canada for our budget. We're going way beyond what other provinces have done, and including our fellow Canadians. We may well find other provinces follow suit. This will not be seen well, and it's already getting play in the Globe. We will not be able to, in my view, raise significant revenues from these taxes. First of all, they are forecast to raise significantly more revenue than the budget indicates is going to be identified for affordable housing. And again, I apologize in advance. There's no delicate way to say this. It has the appearance of a revenue grab and from non-voters who can't protect themselves as voters. The Minister of Finance has said that the amounts are an estimate, but you don't enact such high risk and damaging policies on a guess, and certainly not in the absence of analysis and consultation. Any forecasts would have to deduct the increased capping and loss of non-capped property assessments. Non-residents already pay higher taxes than the rest of us, than the residents. So as they sell to residents or as they become residents themselves, their tax assessments will be capped. We're going to lose investment in community organizations. Businesses are going to lose money. We're going to lose HST and increase burden on our infrastructure. The last of my 4 points is that non-residents are important to Nova Scotia. And while they may not vote, we still have a duty of care for them. Canadians expect transparency and fair notice from governments with respect to significant tax changes, especially what are effectively retroactive. Here, there's been no prior consultation or supporting discussion papers other than perhaps a hastily crafted election campaign promise. This lack of fundamental fairness will cause the loss of trust. And once gone, it's hard to get it back. It's going to affect people who are considering doing business here. And I've already heard of the loss of one investment in Lunenburg, which ironically enough was going to lead to 100 new jobs and new housing. No matter how many times the government or we say that we're open and welcome new residents and new investments in Nova Scotia, there will always be a doubt. My asks are, hit the pause button if you at all can. Do appropriate consultation and analysis. This problem was not created overnight. It will not be solved overnight. Use the opportunity to fully understand the federal budget and how it can be fully used by Nova Scotia and address the causes of, for example, I would commend to you the 2021 Nova Scotia
1 minute.
Accessible Housing Coalition report. If you can't, consider grandfathering for current non-resident owners. Make the measures more broadly applicable. Look at things like Airbnbs, perhaps luxury tax on second homes, only capping principal residences for all. Lower the tax rate to be in line with other provinces, reduce the time period of its application. Please, please think carefully before this momentous decision is taken. Once you have done this, once these measures are imposed, it will be difficult to change and result in irreversible damage and ultimately damage our economy and our reputation. It won't achieve the ends of increasing accessible and affordable housing, and likely it won't raise the projected revenue. This is early in the government's mandate, and they might want to be careful about enacting a policy whose fallout you will be managing.
Order. The time has elapsed for the presenter. Thank you, Sarah, for presenting. We'll now go to committee members to ask questions, starting with MLA Kerr.
Thank you, Sarah, for presenting. And even though you were cut off, we've got your correspondence you've sent to the Premier, and I've read it quickly. I wish we had some more time to read it more thoroughly, but more than a question, or other than a question, just really clear, concise points you've made. You've offered some options for government to consider, and then you've gone above and beyond that to offer, should they not consider what they hear today and maybe on Tuesday, some other suggestions that they may consider going forward. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, MLA Kerr. Are there any other questions for our presenter? Oh, MLA Tilley.
Thank you for your presentation, very detailed, and as my colleague said, there's lots of information within your document for us to take in. I guess my something you had said in your presentation around luxury taxes and around second homes and capping. Just wondering if you could elaborate on that idea a little bit for us.
Thank you. Yes, very much. One of the things that happens if you're a non-resident is that your property taxes, the value of your house is not capped. So the assessments are not capped. So it continues to go up as the market value goes up. This does not apply to residents owning second homes or third or fourth homes. And that, in my view, is a source of revenue that could fairly be administered. It's already administered to non-residents. Secondly, some have suggested that perhaps we recognize that people who have multiple homes, multiple properties, that there's an element of luxury involved in doing so, and that we should consider doing a luxury tax. Tax experts are probably better at that than me, but that type of suggestion would help raise further revenue, in my view, would not target non-voters specifically, and all would be paying their part because we all need to do so.
Thank you, Sarah. MLA Lachance.
Hi, Sarah. Thanks for your presentation today. I'm an alum of the Masters in Public Administration program at Dal, so thrilled to hear that you're working with Dalhousie and bringing the real life experience to students. I just wondered, in the time you have, well, I'm not sure if there are other questions, but you know, given your extensive experience in public policy making and public policy research, what would you suggest actually as a very specific work plan for the government to better evaluate this or other solutions to the housing crisis?
I commend the government on taking the housing issue seriously. It is clearly very important, but a rushed response to this that will be interpreted by many as being, and I hate to use the word xenophobic, but I will, is probably going to set the whole initiative back. So I would suggest that we need to spend more time understanding what the feds are offering with their budget and how we can best take advantage of that as Nova Scotians. I think we need to do have a good look at the report from the Nova Scotia Accessible Housing Coalition in terms of their recommendations. There needs to be further consultation, and there needs to be some analysis. In my view, and I recognize that it's difficult to do budget work and to find the revenues and so on, and I completely acknowledge that. But we have a lot at stake here, and so I think that the government and the committees recommending this should be prepared to show that it is prepared to listen, and is prepared to consider whatever evidence is available. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. I see no other hands up. Thank you for your time today. I really appreciate it, and have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck with your deliberations.
Thank you. Good morning, Andrew.
Good morning.
Before we get started, we have some new members at the committee table. I'd like for them to introduce themselves, beginning with MLA Coombs.
Good morning. It's still morning, right? Kendra Coombs, MLA for Cape Breton Center, Whitney Pier.
MLA Regan.
Kelly Regan, MLA Bedford Basin.
And MLA Clark.
Braden Clark, MLA for Bedford South.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much to the members. We're welcome Andrew to our meeting. Just like to ask if you could state your full name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed during questions. So you'll have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions. And in the last 5 minutes, with a minute left, I will, during your presentation, I'll advise you when you have a minute left. So if you could do that, that would be great.
Perfect. My name's Andy Gross, and happy to be addressed as Andy. I'm a seasonal resident. I don't consider myself a non-resident. I'm Canadian and proud of it. I live in Ottawa and Chester. It's about half-time each place.
Wonderful. Okay. Just get my clock ready here. All right. You can begin, Andy.
Thank you. Seasonal residents in Nova Scotia often have roots here, born and raised in the province, and who have moved out for a variety of reasons, most commonly work-related. They still consider themselves as Nova Scotians, and the province is home. Most still have family living in Nova Scotia and come home each year to be with them. Many were considering returning to the province to live out their retirement. My wife and I have talked about this in the past. This proposal certainly isn't going to inspire us. We agree that affordable housing supply is an issue right across Canada, but to date, there's no evidence that this bill will solve that problem. At least no one has been able to share analytics, data, or modeling to show or explain how it will improve the availability of housing. And how well are the consequences understood? Seasonal residents largely own in rural areas, which is my focus. There's the risk to the rural communities who rely on seasonal residents for revenues and survival. Spending will decline, businesses will close, retail, restaurants, construction, entertainment, and more will suffer. And do you know what's going to happen to the rural municipal property tax base when property values drop because seasonal residents move out, sell their homes, and businesses close? Have you studied how charities and community groups, particularly in rural settings, will be negatively impacted as contributions decline? Seasonal residents who do stay will look to cut expenses in order to pay their new tax. The money to pay these discriminatory taxes will have to come from somewhere. I can't help but call the present version of this proposal a money grab to have non-voting taxpayers pay more. It's an easy political call, given the people hurt initially do not have a vote. It will result in seasonal residents paying the highest non-resident tax in Canada. This is already harming the image of what is supposed to be Canada's ocean playground. Why would people come to Nova Scotia or invest in Nova Scotia if they're made to feel unwanted and abused? Many have shared their long history in letters recently. Our story, my wife Nora, was born and raised in Halifax. Her mother was from a long-standing Haligonian family. When Nora's father was promoted in the government, they moved to Ottawa, but they kept their cottage in Hubbard's in order to be able to return each year, which they do. When Nora and I were looking at where we want to spend our retirement, we bought land on the South Shore to be near family in a beautiful and vibrant community. We didn't take property away from local residents. Our vacant land had sat on the market and never had a home on it before ours. If we sell, it surely won't open up housing for the target group of this proposal. Did we support the local community? For sure. We bought the land, paid HST, land transfer tax, hired an architect from St. Margaret's Bay, a builder from Chester Basin, landscapers from Bridgewater, a wharf builder from St. Margaret's Bay. We bought appliances in Halifax and furniture from local artisans and stores from Dartmouth to Shelburne. That was 10 years ago. And every year since, we hired great local people to take care of the house: gardens, grass, snow, repairs, and more. We buy food at local stores and farmers markets. Up to now, we believe we've been generous in our contributions to charities in the province and the community. We pay incredibly high property taxes already, and now risk a 2% "aren't you glad you came" tax. On top of that, as Canadians, some of our federal income goes back to Nova Scotia through equalization payments.
1
And
minute.
we do not consume your healthcare, schools, or social services. Both our children consider Nova Scotia to be their home. Our daughter moved here, married, lives here, and works here. Our son went to St. Mary's, met a girl with deep Nova Scotia roots, and married here. I'm sure you've seen the many articles and letters on the proposal, and having reviewed and listened to the many voices of Nova Scotia businesses, residents, and seasonal residents, and considering the multi-billion-dollar plan that is being introduced by the federal government, there's an opportunity to take the high road, cancel this proposal, focus on executing the federal plan as best you can, and work on something that brings us all together. Reach out for more input and ultimately develop something that is more constructive and pro-Canadian. We hope that you take the opportunity and do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for your presentation. I'll put it to the committee for any questions. MLA Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Andy, thank you very much for your time this morning. The justification from the government side for this bill, from what we've heard thus far, is that it is intended to address the housing issue, which is a very real pressing issue in the province. But the finance minister has also said that he's not sure if this will actually have that effect or not. What is your perception of that that goal for this bill? Do you think it will actually achieve that goal?
I haven't seen anything to say that the tax revenue from this bill will even be directed to housing or details around, the analytics of where the problem truly is. Although we may know where it is, but I have not seen any data analytics modeling around how this bill is going to help solve the problem. I should ask, has anybody seen anything?
MLA Regan?
Hi, thank you very much. It's a good point. It's a point I made the other day, actually, in the House, that we haven't seen anything to indicate that this is going to, in fact, help the housing situation here. I mean, what are you hearing from people, how they feel about this? What I'm hearing from Nova Scotians, the emails that are coming into my office indicate that people are actually, they're hurt. They thought they were, you know, maybe they weren't full-time Nova Scotia residents, but in many cases they are Nova Scotian by birth. We've had people who've been saying, can I show you my birth certificate? Would that change your mind? My sense is that people are kind of hurt by this.
Very much so. I think it's a combination. You've heard this already today, of anger and hurt, sometimes, often both. And that's what I've heard. It's shock and awe. And you know, our place is occupied maybe up to 10 months of the year. We're back and forth all the time. We're there 5 months of the year. And as I said, my daughter lives in Halifax, and she loves spending time there. During COVID, they moved in, she and her husband, and lived there. And, you know, we've seen, there was a lot of that through COVID for sure. But you know, I think to answer your question, I haven't, and I know they're out there, but I have not heard any business, any municipality support in favor of this proposal as it's written. And I don't believe there's any indication anywhere that the revenue generated will actually go to address the housing problem.
All right.
I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Andy, for your time and your presentation. And wishing you all have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Good morning, Jerry. Oh, we can see you, but we can't hear you.
I'm on.
There you go. Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Welcome. Could you please state your name for the record and where you reside, and advise the committee members on how you'd like to be addressed during questions?
Yes, my name's Jerry Masters. I live in both Halifax and Marriott's Cove, and please call me Jerry.
Okay. So you'll have 5 minutes to present, Jerry, and then 5-minute follow-up with questions. I'll advise you when you have 1 minute to go. And you can begin.
I know you have a copy of my presentation, and I do feel an obligation to pretty well stick to it, as I am speaking as president of the Marriott's Cove Residents Association. And Marriott's Cove is a small community adjacent to Chester. The association was established in 1994, and our goal is really to provide a forum and a place for discussion of issues that affect the community at large from a social, economic, or environmental point of view. We currently have over 100 members who are both permanent and seasonal, from Nova Scotia and from elsewhere. Like the earlier presenter, Mary Byrne, many of our members grew up in Nova Scotia and have returned here to make it their summer home. They return as often as possible to their roots, to be close to family and friends from their childhood. We have one seasonal owner who has been coming to Marriott's Cove for 87 years. From Connecticut, he lives in a home built by his parents. He provides local farmers free access to his fields to cut hay and take home for their own use. One of his daughters has made her home in Bedford and had a career as a high school teacher there. The family recently donated a significant island in Mahone Bay to the Nova Scotia Nature Trust. I'm sure you've been reading and hearing stories like this since the government proposed imposing its punitive tax regime on non-resident property owners. My comments today are focused on the Chester area, but apply equally to many areas of the province where people return each summer to make Nova Scotia their home. Many small communities like Marriott's Cove and Chester would not survive without their seasonal property owners. In our area, the population almost doubles when summer residents return each year from places across Canada, the United States, Great Britain, Bermuda, and Europe. Local residents rely on this summer crowd to make a living. Many of the year-round members of our association have stories of local service people who had a very hard time when COVID kept their summer clients from being able to come to Chester. Professional tradespeople, house cleaners, handymen, people who take out wharf floats and put them back in and store boats over the winter, swimming pool maintenance companies, landscaping and green and garden businesses, and even the local taxi are just some who rely on seasonal owners to survive. It's likely that the money spent on local services by summer residents across Nova Scotia and ends up being recovered through provincial income tax paid by local service providers exceeds the revenues the government expects to generate from this punitive tax grab. Furthermore, without the generosity of seasonal residents from Marriott's Cove and elsewhere in the area, it is likely that Chester would not have a local theater, arts center, yacht club, or tennis club. Excuse me. The Chester Playhouse is struggling to come back from a devastating fire. The volunteer hours and generosity of summer seasonal residents have been critically important to this effort. The local golf, sailing, and tennis clubs are able to provide lessons for local and summer kids because of the fees paid and generosity of summer residents. The government's proposal to penalize seasonal non-residents who want to spend their summers and holidays in Nova Scotia will do nothing to solve the housing shortage in Nova Scotia, and more particularly HRM. Instead, it jeopardizes the livelihoods of many small businesses and the communities in which they are located. What exactly is the problem the government thinks will be solved by taxing seasonal non-residents in rural areas of Nova Scotia? What exactly have these seasonal homeowners done?
1 minute.
The Minister of Finance the other morning suggested that seasonal workers do not have places to live in Chester. Taxing housing of these homes that are not year-round, that are not insulated, that are not heated, is not going to help provide summer students with accommodation. The government needs to look elsewhere. It needs to look at the universities who have thousands of students living off campus in Halifax, and yet invest very little of their capital in housing them on their own property. It needs to look at the Airbnbs and the VRBO properties that are taking rental accommodation out of the market in Halifax. We ask that the proposed tax be withdrawn from further consideration by the government, and that other more effective tools to address the current housing shortage be explored. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Jerry. I'm going to go to the committee members for any questions. I have MLA Regan.
Jerry, I'm here with my colleague who is also from Bedford, so both of us, our eyes perked up when we heard about the Bedford resident who you mentioned. But I was wondering if you have read anything, seen anything anywhere that indicates that this is a good solution to the housing problem. We've been asking if there was any evidence. I was wondering if you had seen anything?
To my knowledge, there's been no material produced that would provide any case for this tax and suggest that it will be directly applied for affordable housing in our province.
MLA Regan.
Oh, sorry, and see, I'm a committee chair and I know better than this, but I just didn't wait for the chair to recognize me, so there you go. You do have a couple of items that you mentioned in your letter. I don't think you actually got to them in your presentation. But
no, I
maybe
didn't.
If you could just speak a little bit about the things that you that your association was suggesting might actually make a difference.
We know that there are hundreds of Airbnb and VRBO properties in Nova Scotia. These are often in HRM condominiums or apartments that people acquire and either rent out on a weekly basis or sublet on a weekly basis. This takes affordable rental housing out of the market. We're also aware that there are over 20,000 students at Dalhousie alone. We know the problems that occur in the fall and that Dal feels it's not able to address them because those students are not on campus. Well, I think Dalhousie has an obligation, as do the other universities, to provide housing for their students and to free up what students are now in for people who can't find housing in each area.
MLA Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Jerry, thank you for your comments, and your letter here is very helpful. And I think one of the things that, and you're only the second person I've been here for this morning, but just for the first two people, it's interesting to see the contributions that people make that you might not necessarily think of. So providing local farmers access to fields, that's something that you would never think of unless someone brought it up. So there's layers to this that I think are beyond what we might see on the surface level. And just on a broad point, this is more of a comment that perhaps you can respond to. The logic of this proposal escapes me in some ways, because if the idea is to address the housing problem, well, we're talking about housing, permanent housing, where people would live year-round, and to have homes that are non-year-round homes, which, often cases they're not close to schools, they're not close to hospitals, they're kind of out there because they're summer homes in many cases, and that's what people want to do. They want to be in nature. So would you agree that it doesn't seem to line up, the logic, in terms of addressing housing and then looking to non-resident properties as a solution to that problem?
I think it's quite apparent, as other presenters have said, this is strictly a tax grab. They're going to put the money into general revenues, and yes, some of it may end up being redirected to their efforts to provide affordable housing, but there's no guarantees. All this does is say to people who come here on a regular basis, invest in our province, bring family and friends to join them, that you can't trust us. You don't know what we're going to do to you next.
That's all the questions for today, Jerry. I want to thank you so much on behalf of the committee for coming in and presenting to us.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, there we go. Good morning, Francine. Francine?
Unmute. All right, here I am.
Okay, perfect. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, how does that work? Not that there's much to see here, but.
There you go.
Oh, here I am.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much, Francine, and welcome. Just would ask each presenter to, so I'm going to ask you, please state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed during our questions.
Okay, my name is Francine Shankra. I'm Canadian, and I live in Connecticut for half the year, and the other half of the year I live in Chester, Nova Scotia, and please call me Francine or Francine.
Thank you, Francine. You will have 5 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes of questions from the committee members. And
Okay.
I'll advise you when you have a minute left.
Okay. When I was first called yesterday, I was told I would have 10 minutes, and then 10 minutes later they called and they said only the first 8 people would get 10 minutes.
Correct.
So I don't know how that works or how decisions were made, but please, it shouldn't be more than 5 minutes, but I just wanted to point out that even the system of speaking seemed a little unfair. Okay. But I will begin.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much all for the opportunity to share my thoughts on what I believe to be a discriminatory and punitive tax for all non-residents who own homes in Nova Scotia. Your objective to shore up shortage of housing and affordable housing is not unique to Nova Scotia, and I'm certainly not the first to say this. Across Canada and the US, we see similar patterns that local officials are trying to understand first and then looking for solutions. You're not alone in the quest to find solutions for really critical, important problems. My husband is a proud Cape Bretoner. 25 years ago, we decided to make Nova Scotia our summer home to provide our children with a home base and a maritime Canadian feel. It's hard to do when you're living in New York, but we found Nova Scotia, or we went back to Nova Scotia. I am both a homeowner on the South Shore as well as a landlord for a long-term rental, of which I'm proud of. I see firsthand and have heard many people's stories of not being able to find affordable rentals. If you talk to the people who seek homes for their families, you would hear the same story over and over. The homes that used to be long-term rentals in many communities, especially rural communities and Halifax area, they have become short-term profit centers for renters, speculators, and flippers. They have taken the mid-price homes out of the marketplace and made them into short-term rentals where they can make as much in 4 months versus 12 months of long-term rentals. VRBOs and Airbnbs, which have not been talked about in your proposal, undermine the rental markets for locals who are looking for a bed to sleep on. In many communities, restaurants can't find help because help can't find homes. This is but one of the market dynamics that has played into the housing shortage. Your proposed 2% tax on our property assessment will do nothing to change those dynamics. In fact, I suspect they will create resentment, unfair play, and distance the many of us who have been members of communities, hire locals 12 months of the year for property management, gardening, snow removal, spend monies on food and entertainment. We support local causes and clubs. We pay more property tax than residents, and we are not a burden on your healthcare or your education system. We pay all taxes, home, gas, food, sales tax, and more. I'm not sure what data you have to support this discriminatory and punitive tax and exactly how it will help your housing issue. I urge you to do some research. Understand the plight of the long-term renter. Understand the changes in remote work where Nova Scotians come back home. Understand the geographies where you have issues. Surround yourself with people who can think through and look for real solutions to these problems. Understand the influx of international students and international speculators and how they affect your local housing. Look at other communities in other provinces and states who face similar issues and learn from them. There is much homework to do before you make a decision that could forever change the reputation of Nova Scotia, the income of those who work for us, and the contributions that are received from us. As a good friend said to me last week, non-residents are the best tourists. We pay more than our fair share of taxes, and we don't complain until now. We support the local economy, we hire locals, we are ambassadors, and this term has been used on several presentations this morning. We are ambassadors to the province and are your best word of mouth. We are not a drain on your healthcare or education system. Some of us who have gone to university here have been very generous in the past and have supported our alma maters, some with year-long scholarships for many students from rural areas. We love Nova Scotia and only want to be treated fairly and not to be taken advantage of. Please reconsider a tax that will forever change your reputation. The people of Nova Scotia have worked long and hard and have earned this reputation. As the guardians of that reputation, you need to make sure that you don't destroy it and the benefits that you get from having such a reputation. Thank you for your time, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you so much, Francine. I'll go to the committee for questions. I see no questions, Francine. Oh, we do have one.
Oh, great.
All right, MLA Regan.
Thanks, Francine. Thank you for joining us this morning. Your presentation was cut short, so I was just wondering if there was something that you didn't get to say that you would have said if you had had the full 10 minutes.
I try to do my best to summarize all of my key points within the 5 minutes. I think I represented everything. But you know, this is a tax grab. It would be my last statement, and it's an unfair one.
MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate Ms. Francine, your presentation, and I do understand the sentiment. I'm grateful that your husband's a Cape Bretoner. I have my colleague who's sitting here as well, who's a Cape Bretoner, and as soon as we hear that, our eyes light up. But as well, appreciative of the fact that you continue to part-time spend here in Nova Scotia, and I hope that that continues on. And once again, I appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
I see no other questions, Francine. I want to thank you so much for taking the time to present to us this morning.
Great. Thank you so much for having me and many others.
Thank you. Good morning, Claire. Oh, she was on. Good morning, Claire. Oh, you're on mute, or we can't hear you. There you go.
To I'm not, but.
No, you're all good now. Excellent.
I'm on. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Thank you so much. I'm going to ask the new member that joined us from Halifax Needham to just introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. Susie Hansen from Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Welcome, Claire. I'm going to ask you to state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed during questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Claire Duff. I reside in Toronto and in Mahone Bay, and please call me Claire.
Wonderful. You'll be permitted 5 minutes to make your presentation, and then 5 minutes for questions from the committee. So I'll let you start now.
Thanks.
Thank you, Claire.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for this opportunity. It's a real privilege to have time with you, and thank you all for your service to Nova Scotia. I grew up and I was educated in Halifax. I now live in Toronto and Mahone Bay, a cottage that we built in 2015 and 16. I'm a proud Nova Scotian and I promote this province relentlessly. Even my dog's name has Nova Scotia roots. The issue this bill proposes to address is an enormous challenge, and it's not unique to Nova Scotia. It's a complex issue that needs a great deal of thought and planning, and I applaud you and good on you for tackling it. You propose to raise $81 million from non-residents by taxing us, by tripling our property taxes. But how will this money be used, and how much is required? When a plan to remedy the housing crisis comes forward and this isn't enough money, will you come back to us again? Or will it fall to Nova Scotians, the voters, to supply this next tranche? And if you get enough money, will the tax go away? This lack of clarity can't possibly lead to good policy. Taxing those who can't vote for you feels like a craven attempt to scare up piles of revenue without requisite thought to how much it all costs. Further consultation might lead to hitting it out of the park. Consider the time and energy it has taken all of us engaged in this to write letters, to make phone calls, to plan to appear today, to attend Zoom calls, to create Facebook pages. If all of that energy had been front-end loaded into getting this tackled by all interested parties, we might not be here today. A better solution and bill just might have been created, and I believe it can still be created. Trust arrives on foot and leaves on horseback. A lifetime to build and an instant to destroy. This proposed legislation has shattered trust that I and many Nova Scotians had. I suspect that that mistrust now seeps beyond our provincial and national borders, and it's felt by many others around the world. That, Mr. Chairman, is heartbreaking. Trust is at the core of building great relationships. If you have any relationships in your life that aren't going very well, trust may have something to do with why that is. For those of you who are in relationship, here's a little tip. When conflict arises and you yell, "You're wrong," how well does that go? In most cases, different is just different. It's not wrong. I'd suggest next time you try this approach with your partner. When you yell, not yell, "You're wrong," if you say, "I see things differently," the chances of resolution to everyone's mutual benefit go way up when we don't use tactics that instantly divide, which is what this proposed tax does. It sows division. It creates mistrust. Why would you do that today? Given the past 2 years of upheaval and chaos and what we see globally, let's find common ground and work with one another to normalize things. I like to think that as Nova Scotians, that's something we do very, very well. Today, I can't trust you, and I'm not alone. It is unlikely that you will reach your goal of doubling the population by 2050 if people don't trust you, at least not with the kind of people I'm betting that you want. There's little data, it seems, to back up your contention that this tax will address the housing issues. Minister McMaster has said as much in the Toronto Star last week, saying it may not work. And he suggested the same thing in the legislature on Tuesday of this week. You risk damaging this province's reputation. You've shaken many people to their very core to think they will lose their family cottage, along with decades of memories and history, all shredded. And you've rattled Nova Scotians who now rightly ask, who and what will they come for next? That's clearly a legacy you may wish to rethink. This bill is divisive and discriminatory. As a non-resident homeowner, it is very hard to see this as anything other
1 minute.
than blatant discrimination. I have been discriminated against in my life for being a woman. I have also been discriminated against for being a lesbian. But I could never have imagined that I would be discriminated against for being a Nova Scotian who owns property where I call home and feel safe. My ask of you, please step back, listen to what's presented today and reassess. There's wisdom in this dissent. There's no right answer to this issue and how to pay for it. There are many possibilities that will get you much closer to serving the interests of all with considerably less collateral damage. Present-day non-resident property owners trusted you and the province to be fair and predictable, grandfather existing non-resident homeowners, or consider a non-resident tax that's more in line with what's been done in other parts of the country. You may have a chance to rebuild trust with what you do next. And lastly, consider other measures, many of which have been submitted to deal with this issue. In closing, for years to come, I hope we will still be able to say, there came wise men from the East. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Claire, for the presentation. I will now move it over to committee members, starting with MLA Regan.
Thank you, Claire, for making your presentation, or wise women from the East.
That's usually how, Kelly, I use the expression constantly. I took it straight from the Bible this time, but I always say wise men and women from the East. Good catch.
I heard something in your presentation, and I have said this before. I said it yesterday in the House, that first of all, we don't seem to have any evidence that this will do what the government is saying it will do, which is relieve the housing crisis. We all want to have that solved. But what I heard in your voice just now was hurt. And that's what I'm hearing, you know, when people are contacting my office, is people are hurt. And I was wondering if you could speak to your ties to Nova Scotia and how you feel about Nova Scotia.
I'm hurt and I'm embarrassed right now. I've never felt embarrassed to be Nova Scotian, quite frankly. How can I advocate for Nova Scotia without trust? The ties are deep. It's kind of karma that we are where we are. I'll tell you, our dog is named Rui. Our dog is named Rui after William Rui, the architect who designed the Blue Nose. A year after we had that dog named Rui, we found where we wanted to have our cottage. And this is karma. The house is on William Rui Road. Now, I get shivers when I think about how that happened. And when I talk to people about it today, it's like, man, you guys were supposed to be there. This province is dear to me. I cannot, the language I use, the expressions I use, when I deal with people, they instantly know that I'm a Maritimer because of the way I communicate, how I communicate. It's seeped, it is in my blood, and I'm so hurt and I'm so embarrassed by this. I can't possibly advocate for the province under this. And I would also add, as a recovering banker, if you had come to me with this proposal, it wouldn't have been approved for funding because we've got no facts to support it. Like, it's just, how could we possibly say, yes, here's your money, go run with it, when I've got nothing to say, how are you going to do this? And, you know, I understand government is very different from lending, but it just, it's hurtful, it's embarrassing. And it's painful when I hear the stories of people, they're shattered, they're in tears to think they're going to lose their cottage. This is not to be taken lightly. This is your legacy.
MLA Hanson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just have to say, Claire, I don't have a question because those questions that you've asked in your presentation are questions that I and a number of our colleagues have asked around the table. Clarity on funding, you know, the facts behind that. And I too understand the feeling of being hurt and embarrassed, and I'm optimistic, but at the same time, I feel your genuine expression when you speak, and it's true. It's nothing like being a Maritimer. You could go anywhere in the world, and they know you're from either Nova Scotia or the Maritimes, anywheres, right? So I appreciate your heartfelt remarks today, and just know that there will be some of us that will be speaking to this when we bring it to the House, based on what we hear today.
Your support and clarity of thinking is much appreciated. Thank you.
Well, Claire, thank you so much for the presentation. Truly appreciate your time and that you provided us this morning and the information you provided us. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, the committee.
Good morning, Liz.
Good morning. Who am I talking to?
It's Dave Ritzie. I'm the chair of the committee.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Can I? Do you have a visual as well? We can hear you.
Yes. Okay. So I'm just relocating, and I will try to find the visual. I'm in the middle of my day, and. Okay, here we go.
There we go.
Okay.
Well, welcome.
There.
Welcome
you.
to the committee. And just going to ask you to state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed.
My full name is Elizabeth Crocker, and I live at 3097 Highway number 3 in East Chester. And I'd be quite happy if you just refer to me as Liz.
Wonderful, Liz. Well, thank you so much. So, Liz, you have 5 minutes to make your presentation. Following the presentation, you'll have up to 5 minutes for committee members to ask questions. I will advise you when you have 1 minute to go in your presentation. So you can.
Terrific.
Wonderful. So, Liz, you can begin at any time.
Thank you. Normally, I like to speak extemporaneously, but because time is limited, I have actually written some things down. So I apologize. I will read, and hopefully with inflection that is meaningful.
Wonderful.
So I first of all want to thank you for the opportunity to share some of my thoughts with you. And honestly, given that there are so many other countries in the world now where one cannot easily express one's views, I'm especially grateful. As well, I'm grateful to speak to you by Zoom. I know earlier or last year, I think the government said that law amendments presentations would have to be in person, and you reversed that. And especially today, I'm grateful to be able to meet you by Zoom. So in this government's budget speech on March 29th, and I'm speaking to people who know this, There was only one sentence about this Bill 149, which was, in addition, Budget 2022-2023 introduces new tax measures for non-resident homeowners to help make housing more available and attainable for Nova Scotia residents. Then Bill 149 was introduced for first reading on April 1st, and the second reading took place 2 days ago, and now here we are, all pretty fast, I think. So within the last week, probably like you, I began to hear and read many eloquent, thoughtful, and emotional comments, which were raising questions about this bill. Because I believe, and I do believe this fervently, that curiosity and judgment cannot occupy the same space at the same time. I'm going to say that again. Curiosity and judgment cannot occupy the same space at the same time. I decided to try to learn more before accepting the judgments of others. I tried to learn what was the intention of the bill, what studies and data supported it, who had been consulted, had any thoughtful scenario planning taken place to ensure that whatever is the intention of this bill, that it not have any unintended pernicious effects on our economy, our communities, especially rural ones, and on all the people conveniently lumped together as, quote, non-resident, unquote. So I sincerely hope that the Premier and the members of this committee and the members of the whole House do the same as I've done. Please set aside your judgments and be curious about the various points being made, questions being asked, and emotions being shared. So here's some of what I learned as I tried to inform myself. The Minister of Economic Development said in a letter, quote, "This is something that has been thoughtfully developed, including full consideration of the economic and social impacts," unquote. I have actually tried to discover what that, quote, consideration, unquote, looks like and what the government's learned about the economic and social impacts. But so far, nothing has been provided. In the meantime, residents and non-residents alike, along with businesses, service providers, and municipalities all over the province, have indicated that they have not been consulted and that there has been no evaluation done of the economic and social impacts. In the absence of evidence to prove us wrong, there is great fear that small rural communities and their businesses and nonprofit organizations are going to suffer negative effects. Then I learned that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing just last week announced that a $400,000 plus contract had been awarded to Turner Drake and Partners to, quote, "assess current and future housing needs in urban and rural areas," unquote. In his additional comments, he said, quote, "We need reliable, up-to-date information about where and what the needs are so that the province and municipalities can make smart policy decisions," unquote. I completely applaud this move to get reliable information. But if we don't have that information yet, it seems that with Bill 149, the government has picked a solution without fully knowing what the problem is. I'm going to I'll just say the Minister of Finance also said within the last 48 hours that the truth is we don't have a database yet that can tell us exactly how much we can raise. Wouldn't it be better to first find out what can be raised along with the unintended costs to find out if this legislation makes any sense? I've learned over the many years that you can have good intentions, but there can sometimes be negative effects. And I fear that this bill is such a beast, that the government's trying to solve the housing problem, and I applaud that initiative, but it's not clear whether this bill will do it. My last comment is to share with you an African proverb which says, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I feel if this government moves forward with this bill at this pace, you're going to be going alone. And so I respectfully ask that you push the pause button to either withdraw the bill or at least slow down the process to give you time to determine and communicate to all of us that you have the data to fully appreciate what and where the housing needs are and to identify effective strategies that will address specific problems without causing unintended harm.
Order.
Please show us that you want to go far with us.
Order. Thank you, Liz. We'll now pass it on to the committee members for questions, starting with MLA Regan.
Liz, it's so good to see you. I don't think you can see us, but we can see you. So
I can
great.
see you, Kelly.
Super.
Yeah, nice to see you.
Super. So I just had someone send me something, and they were listening to a podcast on housing and indicated that Christy Clark said that BC had tried the same thing, and it had zero impact on their housing availability. Have you heard? I've been trying to find, what's the justification? If there's a good reason for this, then I guess I could be convinced. I just haven't heard it, and I'm just wondering if you have heard anything anywhere that indicates this would assist in reducing our housing, our lack of housing here.
So, great question. And I have been looking at the policies and strategies and data from across the country, and I haven't found anything that suggests that this bill is going to achieve what its purported intention is, which is why I'm asking for the committee, the House, the government to slow down, because my fear is that the government will introduce this. It will cause harm, both economically and in terms of the social fabric of communities and people who have had multi-generational homes and so on and so forth. And damage will be done that will be very hard to repair, and the intention won't be realized. So I think your question is a good one, and I hope others will embrace that question and be curious, as I said earlier, to try to find the answers. I've reflected this week on what it means to be a Nova Scotian. I chose to move here over 60 years ago. And I know people who have had generational properties for over 200 years. Are they less Nova Scotian than I am? I don't think so. They have contributed to the fabric of the community, maybe even more so than I have.
Thank you, Liz. I have MLA Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Liz, for your time this morning, and in particular, I think your thoroughness and your curiosity on this issue is very well taken. I think we could, as elected officials, we could do with more curiosity and less judgment, so I appreciate that lesson. Just to kind of flesh out a couple of things you mentioned the database that the Minister of Finance has talked about. He also has said it could take up to 2 years for that database to be in place, which again suggests a muddled thought process, I would say, on putting this whole concept together. And the other point I just wanted to make you aware of, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing during the budget estimates, I think it was this week, although I'm losing track of time, told me that the municipalities in the province do not want to collect this tax, suggesting, at least they're not thrilled about the concept in some ways. So I just wanted to make you aware of those 2 points with the time remaining. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have seen the letter from the municipality of Chester, and I know that our municipality is not in favor of this and feels it will harm the community.
Thank you, Liz, for your presentation today and your time. So thank you so much.
Well, and again, I repeat, it's not everywhere where we can do this, and I do appreciate it. And please, please take a breath.
Thank you, Liz. Good morning, Lisa.
Sorry, my mute button's in a different place.
No, we can hear you, but we just can't see you.
Okie dokie. Must be left over from the last time I was on a Zoom.
Well, we're here, and we can see you now and hear you. So, welcome to Law Amendments. Could you please state your full name and, for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how would you like to be addressed during questions?
Okay. My name is Lisa Totman. I reside at 128 Noss Point Road, Chester during the summer, and we reside in Hamden, Connecticut during the winter. I would like to, people who have spoken before me are much more.
Oh, hold on. So you'll have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, thank you.
All right, please go. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
First of all, thanks for listening to me. And I have to say right out, I'm very nervous about this. I'm not good at it. I hope everybody has my letter. It's much more articulate probably than I'm going to be. The people who spoke ahead of me have been extremely articulate. Jerry Masters, for instance, and Mr. Gross and Francine all have spoken to the impacts on the local communities. I would like to start by saying our family has really deep connections to Chester. My grandmother was brought up in Wolfville and moved to Pittsburgh as a young married woman. Spent one summer on the Jersey Shore and decided to bring her family from Pittsburgh to Nova Scotia starting in 1914. The family has been in Chester since that time. It's dear to my heart. It's dear to my family's heart. It's our family grounding spot. It's our family gathering spot. We have my uncle served in World War II with the Canadian Navy. Our younger daughter was married in Nova Scotia. Our older daughter was buried there last summer. They'd say it takes a village to raise a child. Chester has been that village for our family, and I hope it continues to be. I would like to go to the non-resident tax and some of my observations. In my 75 years in Chester, I have never seen the community as united as now. Even the municipal council opposes this law, as do some of the residents that I've talked to in Liverpool and in Lunenburg. People have spoken to the economic disaster that it could be for many of the local businesses. I have gotten phone calls from people during the pandemic. Our family continued supporting the people who did our landscaping, did our property management, although we couldn't rent our house or didn't rent our house. I worry about property values for the municipality. I'm afraid that they will tumble. That will affect the tax base. Seasonal residents actually don't use much in services. The most expensive ones, I understand, to be mostly education and medical. I think there's a potential loss to the community of the generational component, both in the seasonal residents and in local residents. Local people will have to move because they won't have the jobs. People who have been in Chester for generations doing jobs are worried that they're going to lose their businesses and therefore their jobs. And since they have to work, that will probably put more pressure on Halifax because they'll probably move to, at least that's what's happening at home. I think that seasonal residents have been big supporters of the local organizations, such as the health center, the theater, the arts center. Other people have spoken to that. I would like to say also that my grandmother would be really sad to realize the love for Nova Scotia that she instilled in her descendants, the enduring friendships, and the value of supporting and respecting the community and its organizations has ended with a bang. Potentially could end with a bang with this tax. I think that some people in the province assume that everybody who is a seasonal resident is very wealthy. That is not necessarily true. people such as our family make sacrifices in order to keep our property in Nova Scotia and to help the community there, because we figure that
1 minute.
actually is our primary community. I would like to speak to affordable housing. Some of the things that are done in New Haven have been done in New Haven, which also has a horrible problem, and interestingly enough, also a university. There is now a 15% set aside for all new projects under development in New Haven for affordable housing. Also, the nonprofits are working together, and the public and private sector is working together. In addition, communities that surround New Haven are changing zoning laws to allow more affordable housing. The Airbnbs have done a number, I think, on Chester, and those are owned by residents. They don't pay they're capped because so they don't have the property tax, and they're also not taxed as an Airbnb, whereas Susie Fraser's B&B is taxed as a B&B. So that is a potential.
Order. Thank you so much, Lisa, for your presentation. I'll go to the committee members for questions. I ask MLA Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Lisa, thank you for your time and your comments today. And I think I've been sitting here for about an hour or so now, and I think the one thing that struck me across the board with all presenters is the emotion, I think, that's attached to this. You know, I think it's easy on paper to look at this and say, oh yeah, we'll raise tens of millions of dollars and that's fine, but it impacts people in a real way. And so I just want to thank you for being here this morning. You were very eloquent, so don't worry about that, and just giving us a taste of what this province means to you and to your family over a century and more. And I just want to thank you for that. So thank you, Lisa.
Okay.
MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have to say, Ms. Lisa, thank you so much for your presentation. I agree with my colleague, the passion behind it, and you did a really good job presenting the information that was the most important to put forward. I do have your information in front of us, so I can continue reading on. But I will say that it's unfortunate to see the community band together under such circumstances, but it's lovely to see the support of having each other, because it was said before, it takes a village, right? So we will definitely take your words into consideration when we bring it back to the whole house. Thank you.
Thank you.
MLA Regan.
I just want to note, I don't know if it was kismet or fate or whatever, but you talked about this going off like a bomb or a blast, and a bang, and the noon gun went off then here in Halifax. So I just thought, you couldn't probably tell there, but I just thought I would share that with you. Thank you.
Thank you much.
Seeing no questions, any more questions? Lisa, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us. And,
thank you.
And you have a wonderful day.
Can't wait to get to Nova Scotia. We look forward all year long to getting there, our whole family. So thanks.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good, good. Just first of all, welcome to Law Amendments, and I would ask you to state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you want to be addressed when we come to questions.
Certainly. Well, first of all, Mr. Chairman, thank you for allowing me to spend a few minutes chatting with you. And I'm Thomas Murphy, but actually I just typically go by Tom Murphy. I'm currently residing in Houston, Texas.
Okay, thank you. And you would like to be referred to as Tom, is that?
That would be fine, thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Tom. You'll have 5 minutes to present, And then there'll be 5 minutes up to 5 minutes of opportunity for committee members to ask you questions. So you can start now, Ms. Tom. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So once again, thank you for allowing me to present today. Basically, I'm here not to discuss the widespread economic impact that this very unfair tax, in my opinion, will create within the province, but really just to tell you a story of how it's going to affect one family, and that's my family. My family, the Murphy family, goes back in Nova Scotia for well over 200 years. I was born in Halifax, raised in Halifax, educated in Halifax. Both of my children were christened, baptized in Halifax. And for the past 20 odd years, my wife and I, who is also a Nova Scotian, have had a summer home in Chester. That home has been the gathering place for our near family, our extended family, wedding receptions, general celebrations, friends visiting. And that's basically what we have considered our one and only destination outside of the United States when we are essentially vacationing. It's been our dream over the years to be able to spend 3 to 4 or 5 months there each summer. And this, after 20 years of planning, is to be the first summer that we're able to actually do that. We also had intended our summer home in Chester to be a multi-generational home, one that we could pass down to our family and our grandchildren. However, this tax, this non-resident tax, is very likely to make that an impossible dream. So it's essentially being stolen from us. Our taxes, due to our non-residency status, will effectively quadruple this year. That is a financial reality that we, under no circumstances, can handle. We will be forced to sell the home. We're not speculators. We've been part of the community in Chester for many, many years. We financially support lots of activities, the Chester Playhouse and the One Health Center, local service industries, et cetera, et cetera. Being a seasonal homeowner, of which there's less than 4% of the entire owners of property in Nova Scotia are seasonal, it's completely opaque to me, and obviously to many others, as to how penalizing this 4% is somehow going to fix a province-wide, and in fact, a countrywide housing shortage. You know, forever, when people would say, "Where are you from?" it's always been, "I'm a Nova Scotian." And then, of course, they'll say, usually, typically in America, "Where's that?" Well, it's in Canada. So I've always identified myself, again, first and foremost as a Nova Scotian, but now with this tax, I feel like a second or third class Nova Scotian, and maybe not even a Nova Scotian at all. It seems that as soon as you leave the confines of Nova Scotia and go to the border, even in New Brunswick, somehow your status as a Nova Scotian is diminished or eliminated totally. So I guess in the future, when people ask where you're from, it will simply be Canada. It also gives totally new meaning to myself and my family as the meaning of the song "Farewell to Nova Scotia," certainly in more ways than one. Really, this tax is discriminatory for us.
1 minute.
It forces us out. It's not going to have any benefit, in my opinion, on the overall housing issues in Nova Scotia. It's a summer home, it's in a seasonal community, and how that will impact housing in Halifax, Dartmouth is quite beyond me. It also really totally ignores the multi-generational ownership of folks that have had houses passed down over time and are not wealthy and are totally unprepared to pay this very, very high tax. Many of the homes of my friends in Chester are unheated, which clearly is not going to be of any benefit during the very difficult Nova Scotia winters. So basically, that is it. I'm deeply hurt that my province would single us out for this very unfair tax. So again, it was meant to be simply a story of how this tax is going to affect one family, the Murphy family, and I think many, many families like mine. So thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Do we have any questions from the committee? MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Tom, for your presentation. And I just have to say the Murphys are strong and Halifax need them. So I don't know if they're related to you, but there's a lot of lovely Murphys in my community. So I will say that I do share your sentiment on where this particular funding is going and the clarity behind that. And I will definitely continue to raise those questions when I sit in the House when we bring this bill forward. Thank you so much again for your presentation.
Thank you for your very nice comment on the Murphys. They're all nice. Or at least most of them.
MLA Regan.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. I did write down next to my note, not that Tom Murphy, because there's a Tom Murphy that I used to work with who works for CBC television. I think he has a twin brother too, and we get them all confused. Anyway, I just did want to say, I heard something in your voice that we have heard from other presenters as well, and that is hurt, because what I've been hearing from people who've called my office or written to me is that folks thought they were Nova Scotians, and they've just discovered that the government doesn't consider them to be Nova Scotian, or they're a different kind of Nova Scotian. And I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yeah, thank you. As mentioned in my brief discussion, I've always felt that I was a Nova Scotian, been proud to be a Nova Scotian. I have Nova Scotia flags on a tiny flag on my car, which of course no one ever knows what that is, but it gives me an opportunity to discuss Nova Scotia. I feel I'm an ambassador for the province. We've attracted a lot of friends who never would have come to Nova Scotia to visit and now return year after year after year. So how I could be such a flag waver for Nova Scotia and then only to find out all of a sudden that I'm a second, third, or lower class Nova Scotian has been deeply hurtful for me, my wife, my family. Again, and this was intended to be a multi-generational home for all of us. My parents are from Lewisburg and Glace Bay, respectively. Very poor, neither made it out of the 8th grade. So I've been very fortunate to be able to achieve a little bit more than they did. But again, it's just incredibly distressing to see what the province that I love so much is doing to me, or about to do to me.
Order. The time has elapsed for questions from the committee. Tom, I want to thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll take your comments back. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, David, or good afternoon, I guess now. So good afternoon, David. There we go. Good afternoon, David.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Can you state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed during questions?
Certainly. My name is David McVeigh. We reside in Ontario in the wintertime and in Chester Basin in the summertime. Please call me David.
Wonderful. So David, you'll have 5 minutes to make your presentation, followed by answering questions from our committee members for up to 5 minutes. And I'll let you know, David, when you have a minute to go.
Okay,
All
thank you
right.
very much.
Please start.
My wife Sheila and I are Nova Scotians. We were raised in Mahone Bay, where my father was a boat builder. Some of you may be familiar with McVeigh yachts. After graduating from Acadia, my career took us to Ontario, where we have lived for the last 50 years. Every year, we return home for summer holidays and to visit family and friends at Christmas. 25 years ago, we bought a one-bedroom cottage on Marvin's Island in Chester Basin. After retiring 15 years ago, we are now able to spend summers at the cottage and stay there when we visit for the holidays. Our story is probably like many Nova Scotians here and away who have a primary residence and a vacation home. I ask you, why should Canadians who choose to have their vacation home in another province be treated any differently than Canadians who choose to have their vacation home in their own province? I've been impressed by the compelling arguments made to this committee by eminent Canadians about why this tax is ill-advised. I would like to focus on an area that has received little discussion. I believe this tax is against Canadian taxation principles and may be unconstitutional. Section 91.3 of the Canadian Constitution defines the taxing authority of the federal government and provinces. In short, the federal government has exclusive authority to tax Canadians across provinces, usually with income and goods and services taxes. Provinces have the authority to tax their primary residents for provincial services provided mainly using income and sales taxes. While not defined in the Constitution, municipalities have been granted authority by provinces to fund their services through property taxes. While the provincial government has labeled the 2% tax on the assessed value of properties held by non-residents as a property tax, it is not administered by municipalities who have that authority, nor do the funds flow to municipalities for their services. It is clearly a wealth tax on secondary real estate wealth. Yet it is not being applied against Nova Scotia residents, where the province has the taxing authority, but to residents of other provinces. This is in contravention of the exclusive authority of provinces to tax their voters. This is also taxation without representation, in violation of a core principle of our taxation system. The issue of real estate price escalation and access to affordable housing is being dealt with by the federal government. The recent federal budget prohibits foreign purchases of non-recreational residential property in Canada for 2 years. Note, their focus is on non-recreational properties, and there is a time limit, neither of which factors apply to this proposed law. Further, any person who sells a property they have held for less than 12 months will be taxed on the gain as business income rather than capital gains. And a new housing accelerator fund is meant to stimulate the pace of housing supply growth. Perhaps even more impactful, the Bank of Canada has increased the bank rate by 0.75% so far this year, with more to come. This is sure to dampen demand, as well as making real estate speculation unattractive. In other words, this problem is being addressed significantly, and in the case of the increased mortgage rates, will probably be substantially go away in the next couple of years. In conclusion, I'm asking the government to ditch the 5% deed transfer tax and the 2% non-resident wealth tax. At the very least, like the foreign buyers tax, recreational property should be excluded, and current owners of family homes should be grandfathered from the tax. The problem of real estate speculation and escalating house prices is likely to be substantially addressed by the federal initiatives and increasing interest rates. The issue of affordable housing is one of supply of primary residences in urban areas, which I encourage this government to address through targeted measures. I welcome your questions.
Thank you, David. I'm going to go to the committee for questions. MLA Coombs.
Thank you, and thank you, David, for presenting to us. It is that the one thing with law amendments that we have is that people can come to us to tell us whether a bill is good or a bill is bad and how it affects them. And I'm just wondering, because time is so short in these presentations, I'm just wondering if there was anything that you would like to say that you didn't have a chance to say.
Well, one question I was hoping that you would ask is, what will we do if this tax goes through? Because that, I think, is a question that should have been asked of, at least through surveys of the people affected. I'm told by the MLA, the Progressive Conservative MLAs, that they hope that we will rent out our property. There isn't a lot of demand for a one-bedroom cottage for 12 months a year, so that's off the possibility. We could sell our cottage, but I don't think that making a one-bedroom cottage available would substantially address in any way the availability problem in urban centers. So we're left with paying the tax, and we probably would, in order to retain our connection to Nova Scotia and our family and friends. But we can't absorb the tax within our cash flow. That means we're going to have to tighten our belts by spending less on maintenance of the property, going out to dinners, traveling to Nova Scotia less frequently, because the airfare is also expensive. So these are all things that we don't want to do, but are being forced to do.
We'll go to MLA Clark and then back to MLA Coombs.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, David. I just wanted to thank you for laying out that kind of thought process. I think that's actually very helpful because, again, I don't know for a fact, but I would assume that many people would follow the same path you just outlined, which would not, as you say, do anything to address housing supply or shortages across the province. So I just wanted to thank you for that, because that moves us from kind of the realm of theoretical to practical, and what does this actually mean for people on the ground, and what the impacts would be, which I think would be very little in terms of addressing the core issue at hand. So I just wanted to thank you for laying that out for us.
Thank you, MLA Clark. MLA Coombs.
Thank you, and thank you, David. Something you just said struck me about that PCMLA saying, hoping that you would rent out your cottages, and I'm just wondering, how practical would renting out your cottages be if a lot of them are not weatherproof, many are not near food, fuel, pharmacy, or transit in particular. So I'm just wondering, do you see any practicality in that?
Certainly not with recreational properties, and certainly not in rural properties. A single bedroom cottage, which is our case on an island, is not something that would be in high demand or practical for very many people. And that's really why I was saying excluding recreational properties, because as I understand, the demand for properties are mainly in the urban centers close to the jobs, where recreational properties for most Nova Scotians are far from the jobs and the transit systems and hospitals and so forth.
Okay, the time has elapsed for questions. There's no other questions from committee members. So, David, I want to thank you for joining us this afternoon and providing us with a presentation.
Thank you very much.
Just calling it. Ian?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Ian.
Good afternoon. So you can hear me clearly?
I can hear you clearly, yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'll first of all welcome you to our two law amendments and ask you to state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed during question period.
My name is Ian Lightstone. I'm with my wife, Margaret Lightstone, and we reside at 163 The Point in Blue Rocks, Nova Scotia. And you can address me as Ian. It's fine with me.
Okay, thank you, Ian. So you'll have 5 minutes to present, followed up with 5 minutes of questions, and we'll start our time right now.
Thank you, and I appreciate the opportunity to present our position to the Law Amendments Committee. Any apologies, by the way, for background noise. We were in the car driving to Nova Scotia, driving home to Nova Scotia, so I apologize for that. But basically, we're participating to urge you to reconsider this government's short-sighted, poorly thought-out plan to levy a property tax surcharge on non-resident homeowners. This small, inconsequential tax levy may resonate well with voters, but in the end, it will alienate a small but significant group who have invested dollars and volunteer time in our respective Nova Scotia communities. My wife and I bought a property in Blue Rock some 21 years ago. Since then, we have restored the house, added several outbuildings, an up-to-date septic system in place of the original straight pipe, and have planted gardens and nearly 100 trees on what was previously scrub brush. We reside in Blue Rocks, our home, for approximately 6 to 7 months of the year. The remainder of time is in Toronto and Sanibel, Florida. Needless to say, we enjoy our life in Nova Scotia and proudly describe ourselves as Nova Scotian residents to our many Ontario and U.S. friends. As residents, we participate fully in the Nova Scotia economy, and as such, we regularly shop at all local stores and services and pay our Nova Scotia HST of 15% on most of these products. Not only do we participate in the economy of Nova Scotia, we volunteer our time to several local not-for-profit organizations, such as Lunenburg Documentary Festival, Lunenburg Waterfront Association, the Folk Art Festival, the Health Services Foundation of the South Shore. Indeed, I was recently asked to join the pace-setting committee of the South Shore Hospital Capital Campaign with a task of reaching out to fellow CBC, or what we call Come By Choice, Canadian and American residents in Lunenburg County. Sadly, now with this government's discriminatory tax levy, I'm not expecting a positive response to our request. Additionally, we financially support several Nova Scotia-based organizations and charities, including the Lunenburg Documentary Festival, LAMP, QE2 Hospital, and as I said, the South Shore Regional Hospital. And I am afraid to say that this levy on Canadian citizens will unfortunately be devastating to the capital campaigns and the fundraising efforts of many of these organizations. We participate fully in the Nova Scotia infrastructure and are proud and thankful to be able to do so. We are not looking for a government thank you, but at the same time, we do not believe it warrants us being treated like speculators and unoccupied rental income property investors. Interestingly, the government did not apply the same tax levy to Haligonians who own seasonal residences in Chester, Lahome Bay, Lunenburg, Kingburg, etc. Surely this false premise of seasonal residents driving up housing prices would apply to them as well? Or is this just a case of convenient discrimination? I would also suggest to you and your committee that the proposed tax levy on non-resident Canadians contravenes and violates the Canadian Charter of Rights. Specifically, I draw your attention to the section on mobility rights, paragraph 6.2, which states every citizen of Canada and every person who has the status of a permanent resident of Canada has the right to move and take up residence in any province and to pursue the gaining of livelihood in any province. It goes on to say the rights specified in subsection 2 are subject to any laws or practices of general application in force in a province. However, as it says, and I emphasize, other than those that discriminate among persons primarily on the basis of province of present or previous residence. As an aside, I would also mention that I first arrived in Nova Scotia in May of 1946 at Pier 21 as a war baby with my mother, a British war bride, married to my father, a Canadian serviceman at the time. Needless to say, we were welcome at Pier 21. Sadly, this government has decided to not continue the honorable mandate of Pier 21 of welcoming all immigrants to Nova Scotia. I'd also like to quote from the letter I received from Honorable Susan Corkum-Greek in response to my email to her. She said, and I quote, "The clamor for a seasonal home by the sea for summers or future retirement has had the effect of squeezing out our own." The effect of squeezing out our own. I always thought that all Canadians are considered to be part of our own. I find her comments as a Minister of Economic Development insulting and discriminating, and I sadly have to say it has the undertones of Nazi Germany. I thank you for the time. I urge you to reconsider this ill-advised, poorly thought-out tax levy. I'm open to any questions you might have.
Thank you so much, Ian, for your time. We're going to pass it off to our committee for questions, starting with MLA Regan.
Hi, Ian. Thank you for joining us from the car on your way to Nova Scotia. We just had a presentation from a gentleman who said, you know, I probably won't sell my cottage, but the money that I would normally have spent on local organizations or going out to dinner or upkeep on the cottage, we will just simply direct to the tax. And so therefore the benefit that the other residents of the community actually got from our residents at a seaside location will now be lost. And I was wondering if that's the situation for you, or whether this is the kind of thing that would make you consider selling.
So I'm not going to go out and say that we are considering selling at the moment. It's a possibility. We're on fixed income. We're retired individuals. And, you know, like everyone, we're facing the impact of inflation on everything we buy. So we'll have to cut back. We are also planning to do some construction on our house, but that may be questionable now given the increased taxes. Our taxes are going to go from $5,000 or $6,000 a year, a property tax, to $10,000 or $12,000 a year. So that is a significant increase and one that we can ill afford. So I won't threaten to move out, but we have had comments from many residents from outside of Nova Scotia, Canadians and Americans, particularly Americans, who say we don't feel wanted anymore, and there is a good chance that we're going to sell our home. So I think that will, you know, potentially impact the province. It will cut down on the spending, and of course, it will cut down on the value of all homes. It will lower all boats as well as increasing, you know, all boats.
I see no other questions. Oh, sorry, I do. Sorry, MLA Hanson.
It's okay. Thank you, Mr. Ian. I hope that you are parked or not driving, because the passion behind your voice was truly felt by a number of us here sitting. I do want to say that I feel the exact same sentiment when we talk about what is this tax going to do? How is this affecting the housing market? How does this affect the supply? And we have discussed this with the minister about all of these things. So I do appreciate the passion behind it, and thank you so much for your presentation. And my colleague did ask you about what would happen if the tax does go through, and I appreciate your comment. Thank you so much again.
You're welcome. We are pulled over, so we're not in traffic. But as I said, I mean, this discrimination against part-time residents, Canadians and Americans, is discriminatory.
So I have MLA Smith.
Just a quick comment, Mr. Lightstone. Thank you for joining us today. I just want to say I take extreme issue with your comparison to this policy with Nazi Germany. Thank you.
I didn't say the policy. I said the remarks of a quote, squeezing out our own, as if we as a Canadian are not part of our own. I think her comments were insulting, and I will again use the term discriminating.
Seeing no other hands from the committee, thank you so much, Mr. Lightstone, for taking the time, and drive safe.
We will, and we will be back in Nova Scotia in a couple of days. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Law amendments is now adjourned till 3 p.m. back here in the Red Room. Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Order. I would like to call the Continuation and Law Amendments Committee meeting for April 14th, 2022 to order, and welcome everyone to Province House. My name is Dave Ritchie, and I'm the Vice Chair for this committee, an MLA for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, and Salmon River. I'll ask the members of the committee to identify themselves for the record, starting with the right-hand side here.
Rodney LeBlanc, MLA for Clare.
Lisa LaChance, MLA Halifax, Little Sable Island.
Chris Palmer, MLA Kings West.
Good afternoon, everyone. Melissa Sheehy-Richard, MLA for Hants West.
Good afternoon, everyone. Timothy Hallman, MLA for Dartmouth East.
Hi there, I'm Kent Smith. I'm the MLA for the Eastern Shore.
And I'd like to introduce to my right, Legislative Counsel Gordon Hebb, and to my left, Killian Schlemmer. So I see we have our witness on. That's great. Can you please welcome, by the way, and please introduce yourself. For the record, introduce yourself, your full name, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed.
Great. Thank you all so much. I'm honored to be in front of this committee and appreciate you all giving me the opportunity. So my name is Thomas Hoblitzel, and that's spelled Hoblitzell. I reside in Baltimore, Maryland, yet I have a home that I share with my two sisters at 181 Walker Road in Chester, Nova Scotia, B0J1JO.
Thank you, Thomas. So you want to be referred to as Thomas? Is that correct?
Tommy, that would be all fine. Thank you.
All right, wonderful. Well, thank you again, Tom, for taking the time. So you have 5 minutes to present, and we have committee members here that have 5 minutes of questions, potentially.
Great, thanks.
Okay, so
thank you.
You start. You go ahead.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I'm a bit nervous in doing this. Something I never do or practice doing or anything like that, but just a brief sort of history. And my family's been coming to Nova Scotia since 1903. My great-grandfather made a pilgrimage up there with one of his best friends and fell in love with it and bought some property up there. It has been in our family since then. And I've enjoyed, I think, probably 54 summers myself up there. Used to get in the car with my mother in the beginning of June, and we drive up and stay there until September. So it's been a very big part of my life, and getting into the fabric of the town of Chester and the people and the resources and the community there has been a very big part of our life. We had two houses, and unfortunately, when my mother passed away in 2017, we had to sell the primary home, basically because we needed the money to pay the inheritance tax because she was given the house in 1972. And that valuation clearly rose substantially. So we were faced with a tax liability somewhere in the neighborhood of about $150,000 just to get her estate closed. So unfortunately, we sold that house and we kept one small piece of it, which is affectionately known as the boathouse. It's an historical property. I don't know if you ever saw the picture of Canadian Yachting Magazine, but we were on there in I think 1992. It proudly hangs in the Folksville pub in the town of Chester. If you're ever in there, you can see it. But so really what I came to talk about was this tax. And we're not, wealthy barons from the United States that own houses up there. We're a fourth generation that own this house with myself and my sisters. And the additional burden that this would place on us would be tough. And I get it. I understand what you all are trying to do. But it just seems that, tourism and summer homes up there are such a big part of the community that we're in. And And even if we wanted to rent the house to a Nova Scotian for 12 months, the house is really it's an apartment over a boathouse. It's not winterized. It's not insulated. It has no heat. Therefore it's untenable, for at least 6 months out of the year. So, again, I feel that tax would be sort of an egregious amount on us. On top of that, we have a number of people that we employ. We have a caretaker that comes by at least once a week just to check on things and make sure the water's not on and all of this. And she relies upon, that income for her. We have spent over the last 2 years approximately $300,000 in raising the boathouse. And when I mean raising, this boathouse literally is built over the water. And of course, due to climate change and those things with the rising water, we literally lifted it up 4 feet off its foundation and created a whole new foundation to preserve the property that's there. So the contractors we use with that and the HST taxes that we pay with that, from our plumber that comes in and turns on and off the water to the electrician. I mean, all of what it takes to support those properties. It's significant that we spend. So again, that's why an additional tax on this would make us sort of revisit what we can and can't do. So
You have 1 minute, Tom.
okay, great, thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's not much more I can say. I don't want this to be a woe is me, but what I just can't wrap my head around is that it seems, and I'm not going to use the right words, so don't hold me, but it seems like we're not seeing the forest through the trees with this. That the impact of having people getting rid of their second homes just because it's not affordable anymore would have such a dramatic impact on the towns that I think it would have the opposite effect of any revenue that you guys would generate. So again, I appreciate you allowing me to state my piece. I really think it's great that you all would do that. And I appreciate the time. And if anybody has any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you so much, Tom, for the presentation. I'm going to look around to committee members to see if there's any questions. I see one from MLA Nickel.
Hi, Tom. I was just wondering, you did say it was an egregious amount, so I just wondered if it's the amount itself or just the tax, and where your concerns lied mostly.
Sure. So I think if I estimate what that 2% of the assessed value would be, it would probably be between an additional $12,000 to $17,000 on an annual basis, on top of the property taxes that we're paying to the municipality of Chester, and then on top of our annual costs to maintain the property for 12 months out of the year. So it brings our budget, before we've even stepped there, somewhere in the $50,000 a year range. We do not rent the property. Basically, between me and my sisters, we each take about a month or a month and a half and stay up there. So it's full, and we do it. But again, other than the 4 good summer months, May, June, July, August, and September, or whatever, we really can't go.
Well, Tom, I want to thank you for coming in here today and presenting to us. And I just want to let you know that we're listening, and thank you again for taking the time.
Great. And thank you all very much. And again, if you happen to stop in the Forecastle, look for the picture of the boathouse. You can't miss it.
Will do.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Tom.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Harper.
Good afternoon.
Can, do you have we can hear you, just need to see you if that's possible.
Let's see, start video. Maybe that's what I need to do.
There you
How about
go. There you go. Well, thank you so much for joining us. I just have 3 committee members that have just joined us that they're going to introduce themselves. We're going to start with MLA from Preston.
Hi, it's Angela Simmons, the MLA for Preston.
I need to turn up the audio a little bit somehow.
Okay. Hi, Hugh. It's MLA Laura Lee Nickel, Cole Harbour, Dartmouth.
Oh, great. Thank you for joining.
This is Susie Hanson, MLA for Halifax Needham.
Okay.
Wonderful. So those are the 3 that
my best MLA, Danielle Barkhouse.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Harper, for the time, and thank you to our members for doing that. I appreciate that. I'd like to welcome you to the Law Amendment Committee. If you could, please state your name for the record, where you reside, and please advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed during questions.
Okay, so name is Hugh Harper. I live at 25 East Wind Drive in Chester, and I have a short, maybe 3 minutes presentation. So you can address me any way you wish.
Okay, Mr. Harper, your time starts now. You got 5 minutes to present, and we have 5 minutes for questions.
Great.
So you can start now.
Okay, I own a cottage, 120 South Point Road in the municipality of Chester, with my son Matt, who lives in Nashville, and my daughter, who lives in Ohio. I bought the land in 1988 to become a cottage for summer visits by my family for generations. At the time, I was the general manager of the Halifax Sheraton on the waterfront, which, as you know, is now the Marriott on the waterfront. I'm now 78 years old with a few health issues. So I thank you for allowing me to make this presentation. I do not support this bill 149 for anyone. I believe it's discriminatory, not part of Canadian values. And according to some folks on the internet, it may violate the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. However, that being said, I want to talk specifically about my situation. It is my belief that this bill is a one-size-fits-all and was not thoroughly analyzed before being written. And I believe my cottage situation is a perfect example of that. It is a small 2-bedroom, 1-bath cottage. It is in a forest on Sherbrooke Lake. It was designed as a 3-season property. I start using it mid-May until the end of October. It's too cold otherwise. My son and family come up for a week at a time, once per year. It is totally off-grid with the nearest power pole over a mile away. Getting permission from the landowners to drag the power would be very challenging indeed. The cottage is also located at the end of a 3-kilometer logging road owned by Wagner Forestry. This road, Beach Road, is never plowed since I have owned it in 1988. My family, after I pass, cannot afford this tax, nor should they be subject to it. This cottage, like hundreds other ones in the province, will not and cannot be a cure for the housing crisis. Surely you will agree that a cottage that you can't access, that you can't heat, or have sufficient power should not be included in this bill. I ask you, please amend this bill to exclude my cottage and the hundreds of others like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harper. I will pass it on to the committee members for questions. Is there any committee member questions? MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Hugh, for your presentation. So you said you had this place since 1988. If this bill does pass, what do you think will happen? Like, would you be able, can you explain to me what would possibly happen when this bill does pass, if it does?
Well, I think my point in my presentation was, I think you need to revise the bill to exclude properties like mine that have no chance of helping the housing crisis. You can't live there year-round. So, I mean, if the bill passes without this amendment, obviously I'm going to be pretty upset, and I don't know how I have to take the funds out of my retirement fund. So that's not a good thing either. So I don't know what I'm going to do. But you know, how in God's name would you pass this bill for a cottage and charge 2% for a cottage like mine that's not inhabitable year round? It makes no sense to me. And I'm sure you understand that.
MLA Hanson.
I have a two-parter, and the first one is, what is the amount that you pay, I guess, per year for usage? And then the second part to that is, I don't understand the clarity behind it as well, and I mean, I do have questions to the minister about this particular portion, but the first part is, you know, like, what do you pay? Like, what would be, you know, a general amount?
I have a propane bill I pay each year for about $500. And then I have real estate taxes I pay the municipality of Chester.
Well, thank you, Mr. Harper, for your time and your presentation. There's no further questions from the committee, but again, thank you so much for taking the time this afternoon and present to us.
Thank you very much for listening to my presentations, and I really hope we can make some revisions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Harper.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Margaret. Good afternoon, Margaret. Oh, here we go. Yep. Yeah, she's coming on now. There she is. Good afternoon, Margaret. Oh, you're on mute, maybe? We can see you, but we can't hear you.
They're not seeing a microphone connected. Can you say?
Oh, no. Is your microphone connected? Good afternoon, Steve. Good afternoon, Steve. Oh, do you have your mic on?
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Hi, Steve. How are you?
Very good. Yourself?
Good, thank you. Welcome to our Law Amendments Committee. If I can ask to please state your name for the record, where you reside, and please advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed in the question period.
Sure. It's Steve Wynot from Calgary, Alberta.
Well, welcome, Steve. So you'll have 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes to for questions. So whenever you're ready, we'll start.
Okay, thanks for your time. Committee members, I wish to express my extreme concern and dissatisfaction with the recent decision to raise taxes for non-resident property owners. I and many others feel this initiative is an unfair penalty specifically targeted at individuals in an unjustified manner. This is seen no less than a punishment to many who have already contribute so much to Nova Scotia's economy and communities. This biased and unwarranted approach will nearly triple property tax to owners, some of which who have owned properties handed down several generations. To expect these folks who have paid taxes for years or even decades to pay this harsh increase is completely unacceptable. I'm a proud Nova Scotian native with several generations of Nova Scotians in my lineage. I lived the first half of my life in Nova Scotia, paying taxes and contributing to my community for many years, sacrificing my physical and mental health as a third-generation volunteer firefighter. I also served in the Canadian Forces for many years, which ultimately required me to relocate out of province. I mention these points not for a pat on the back, but to express that the proverbial slap on the lips stings and very much discourages faith in your government. I accepted a living inheritance of a rural family property originally purchased nearly 30 years ago. That's 30 years of property taxes already collected from my family. I then made the largest investment of my life into the local economy. I hired local trades and purchased local materials to develop my property. This generated a significant amount of tax revenue to your greedy government. My parents generously gifted me a living inheritance so they could see me and my family, their grandkids, more often in the last stage of their lives. These precious little turkeys right here. The main motivation to keep a piece of home in my family was to allow my sons to know and love Grammy and Granddaddy. I fail to see how residents who own or purchase a second property are immune to these unreasonable fees. Residents that own more than one property are interestingly excluded from this new penalty. According to your vain, unproven theory, they too would equally contribute to inflated real estate prices and a lack of availability. They excluded perhaps because it would upset them and influence their political voting decisions. This policy interestingly targets individuals that lack the ability to express their dissatisfaction through the democratic process. Folks like me, faced with this suffocating tax, can't vote against the greedy government officials involved in this overreaching policy. This aspect favors you immensely, but you know that. Dropping the hammer on non-voting citizens, please your constituents, is a dirty, immoral, discriminatory, and unfair, but favorable tactic for your desperate, short-sighted caucus. My property is not an investment flip left vacant. I developed this property with the intent to move back to my home province once again, to contribute to my community, support the local economy, and yes, ultimately, pay more taxes. It was the largest, most risky investment my family will ever undertake. We made great sacrifices completing this project through my own blood, sweat, and tears, increasing the property value, which of course resulted in higher taxes that I'm required to pay, completely aside from this steep, ridiculous tax hike. But I knew that going in. I budgeted for that. I did not budget for an unjustified tax this extreme. My property development only remains possible by renting it out. Because my heart is still in Nova Scotia, we decided to rent this property out as a short-term rental so we could continue to visit our extended family. And yes, pay taxes for goods and services, supporting the local economy during our visits. Local residents use my property to live in, to bridge gaps between closing on homes. One guest even said their family lives exclusively in short-term rentals. My property employs a property manager and a cleaner. I also purchase goods and supplies for my tenants from local businesses, which contribute to the local economy.
You have 1
generating-
minute.
It also supports the tourism industry. Maybe you've heard of it, attracting travelers from out of province or out of the country to visit and pay taxes on goods and services during their stay. With the exception of a few weeks, our rental property is available all year round to anyone, residents and non-residents alike, because unlike your caucus, we do not discriminate against people based on where they live. But alas, this doesn't provide us immunity to this unaffordable tax grab. I, like many, feel you squeezed enough tax out of us as is. Trying to correct budgetary mismanagement and overspending should not fall on Nova Scotia alumni and Nova Scotia hopefuls. This steep 2% tax with no grandfather clause is asinine. Punishing folks like myself who have owned prior to this decision is incredibly insensitive, an overambitious, intrusive move. This will lead to financial ruin for many. I trust you are aware many families will be forced to sell their properties to large, ultra-wealthy property acquiring companies. Some of these companies will be multinational, non-Canadian corporations. In essence, your policies will encourage a mass property transfer from fellow Canadians to the portfolio of large corporations. This will have negative socio-economic impacts on the culture and sovereignty of Nova Scotia.
Order, Mr. Wynot. Time is up, and we are going to go to questions. And we'll have MLA Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Wynot, I'd just like to give you the time to finish reading your presentation if you'd like.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. Some of these companies will be multinational, non-Canadian corporation. In essence, your policies will encourage a mass property transfer from fellow Canadians, such as myself, to the portfolio of large corporations. This will have negative socio-economic impacts on the culture and sovereignty of Nova Scotia. This policy also highlights the government's approach to manage economic challenges at the expense of the working class citizens of Canada. I ask that you consider how impactful this new added expense would be to a fellow Canadian family. I encourage the committee to take a careful look at this policy and conceive the negative fallout of such a poor, short-sighted approach. I demand better from the representatives of our province. Yes, our province. No one can take that from me. Life and opportunity can take me away from Nova Scotia, but you cannot take the Nova Scotian out of me. Thank you for your time, our most precious commodity.
Thank you, Mr. Wynot. We have some questions here from the committee. MLA Simmons.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve, for coming here and expressing your concerns, and also for your service. I want to thank you. So one of the questions I had was, I have heard this before and can appreciate that, folks who are renting properties or have a second property also do give back by local businesses. So I'm just curious, if this bill goes forward, the people that you are employing right now, will there be an opportunity, or will there be a sacrifice that you won't be able to, maintain the cleaner in the home, or buying the supplies and also have your property manager?
It's correct. Given this added expense, I will have to look at my budget on a personal level and ideally see if I can afford to keep the property, and if so, if I can continue to employ these folks and also continue to support the local economy. So it's correct to assume that these will have impacts on my ability to continue to support the province.
MLA Simmons.
Thank you. I appreciate your honesty with that. That was one of my questions.
MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Steve. I just want to say that I feel the generational impact And I understand that, this is something that is it's a family thing. It's something that you've inherited. It's something that you hold, right? And I really do truly appreciate that. And I heard it in your words that you spoke today. And, when we sit in the House and we will discuss this bill thoroughly when we bring it forward. And I hope to see some of these amendments make way to the table. So thank you again for your presentation.
Thank you for your thoughts and consideration.
MLA Nickel.
Hi, Steve. Name like why not? Are we in the South Shore?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm from.
And as a mom whose son is in Calgary, hi Calgary, and knowing full well Nova Scotians have historically always been transient. We go where the work is, and our hearts always are in Nova Scotia, as you said. And so therefore, I know that your time, in Calgary, as my son says, I'm not going to live here forever. I'm going back to Nova Scotia. So I presume that is your plan in life, and you can confirm that. But I just wanted to know if you felt that this is the biggest thing in that regard, because it is your hopes and dreams of coming back to Nova Scotia at some point.
Yes, this new bill would very much affect my ability to return, and it might have negative consequences on that. As you touched on, I do feel, I do identify still as a Nova Scotian. I just tell folks out here that I'm on a work term, and I'm not shy sharing how much time I have left, 15 years, and with full intent to move back to Nova Scotia, although, again, these new tax implications may restrict my ability to do that.
Okay, that concludes our questions at this time. I just wanted to thank you, Steve, for your presentation, and have a great day.
Great, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
There's two Roberts in the waiting room without a last name.
We'll stay with Helms first.
Yeah, they don't know which one's which.
Oh.
This is Robert.
Good afternoon, Robert.
I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You're off mute, so we can't see you, though. Is it possible?
I can't see.
Can you put your camera on? Is that possible?
Thought so, but I thought it was on. We checked that a moment ago.
Okay.
But I don't see the little, you see anything there on camera?
No.
Start my video.
Yeah, that's it.
There you go. There we go. Hey, Robert.
How do I look?
You look great. Thank you. Well, welcome to the Law Amendments Committee. If you could, Robert, state your full name and where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed when we get to question period.
Okay. My name is Robert Kane. My wife is Sherry Kane, and we both grew up in Halifax. I'm Halifax West, off to Dow, and then Nova Scotia Tech, and my wife Sherry was QE, then to Acadia and Dalhousie. We live now in Venice, Florida, and we spend our summers about 10 to 12 weeks each year in Chester. We are originally Canadian citizens, but today we are also US citizens, and you can refer to me as Bob.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bob. just to let you know, you're permitted 5 minutes to make your presentation, followed by receiving and answering questions from the members of the committee up to 5 minutes. So I will alert you when you have a minute left in your presentation. I'll just say 1 minute. You can start right now if you wish.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob.
I am not going to repeat the same message that you've heard several times today. But let me say that we do agree with most of the comments we heard. It's been a busy day, but we tried to catch many of the people who were on and off. So this bill, it will take money from the hardworking Nova Scotia full-time citizens. You'll take money from them and put it in the government budget. Nobody believes that the money will help solve the housing problem in Halifax. Let me tell you our situation, because that's what I know best. We bought our home in Chester in 2008, and we paid $188,000 for it. It was on the market for over 2 years. By many in the area, it was considered a teardown. It was rough. We had 2 years of our summers living in a dump, 5 years that it was sort of okay. Then it got better, and now we're proud of our home in Chester. But that's because we worked on it, and we hired contractors in the local market to make that home. We call it the farmhouse, and our reward for all of this hard work and taking a chance on that dump early on is now a 2% tax proposed. I think we represent the people who returned to Nova Scotia, bought homes that we could afford. So we wanted to maintain our friends, visit our family. We don't live in $1 million homes that are waterfront. We live in the small communities throughout Nova Scotia for a few weeks or a few months every year. We are proud of our Nova Scotia roots and continually bring it up to our friends here in Florida. We are the people who will have to sell and leave for good if this tax proposal is passed into law as it is. Our home in Chester, we did everything bit by bit ourselves, but we also hired local contractors. If you talk to Randy at Chester Plumbing and Heating, he would tell you he's been in our home many, many times with his crews. If you talk to Chester Building Supplies, everybody there knows who I am. That's where we spend our money every summer. If you talk to many of the one-time contractors, the one-man shops, Denny Lefebvre, for example, but several others, you know, those are the guys that we gave winter jobs to. We said, put the shingle up on the north side of the house this winter sometime when you can. What's going to happen to these guys when the Canes and the other small homeowners in the village and the side roads and the lakes and the towns, when we all disappear? That's who's going to feel this tax. Ask the restaurants, the drugstores, the grocery stores, on. And like I say, even the donut shops. Our personal tax will be $5,000 a year, plus, as things unfold with the price of housing. We already pay $3,000, so that immediately gets us almost to 10. But just this new tax, because we're only there, like many other residents, for a few weeks a year, will be $500 per week additional to our living expenses. It's just too much. 2 years ago, housing was cheap in Chester and nobody wanted to buy. Now, because Halifax has a problem, somebody decides to tax us. And the question I have is why? Why are we the solution? Housing was super cheap just a little while ago. And that must be about 5, so I'll stop right there.
Thank you, Bob, for your comments. I'm going to put it back to the committee members to see if there's any questions. I see a hand up from MLA Nickel.
Hi, Bob. I've been to Venice, and I see the Blues Festival and behind you, but it's mostly about the Shark Tooth Festival down there. So
it is? You know it. You know Venice well.
Thank you, yes. I just wondered where the idea came from with regards to feeling that this is an attempt to address the housing problem in Halifax.
The comments that I read, comments from my friends, articles that I've seen. I don't think most people in the professional circles went so specific to say Halifax, but outside of those professionals speaking, it is the common statement said.
MLA Sheehy-Richard.
Hi, Rob, or Bob, sorry, my apologies. I'm just curious.
Either works.
I'm just curious, do you rent it out on a short-term rental where Nova Scotians could use it if they needed to isolate or work outside of where their home is? So, for example, a construction company that might be there doing work that look for places to stay for their crews. Is that something that you offer?
We haven't. In the off-season, typically, people aren't looking to move into Chester. When there was movies done there recently, we kind of said to ourselves, wow, we might have missed an opportunity, but we weren't around when it got started. It's not like we wouldn't do it, but short-term rentals like that tend to bring crowds as opposed to a couple or a small family. And small families want 12 months a year, which doesn't work in our case.
We'll see no other questions, Bob. We're going to bid you adieu. Thank you so much for your time and your presentation today.
Thank you for allowing me and the others today to speak. I congratulate the committee for doing it, and from what I've seen, it's all been very professional today. So my thanks to you. Very professional today, so my thanks to you.
Oh, he's listening.
No. Good afternoon, Robert.
Good afternoon.
Do you have a camera as well? We
I
can
do.
hear you.
Start video, hang on.
There you go. Thank
There
you
we
so
go.
much. Thank you so much. I want to welcome you on behalf of the Committee of Law Amendments, and I would like for you, if you could, state your full name for the record and where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed during the questions.
Hi, my name is Robert Helms. We live
Good afternoon,
in.
Robert.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Robert Helms.
Do you have a camera as well? We
I
can
do.
hear you.
Start video, hang on.
There you go. Thank you so much. Could you turn your streaming off, Robert? You're
Oh,
probably
turn my
watching
screen
it.
off. Oh, hang on. Let me just click on this.
If you could,
Hang on.
state your full name for the record and
Okay, let's go back to. Oh, shoot, come on. Oh, am I back here? Have I got it now?
yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay.
You go right ahead, Robert.
All right. My full name is Robert Helms. We live in Savannah for about 8 months a year and in Chester for 4. I would prefer to be called Robert. I'm not going to rehash a lot of what other people have said. From my perspective, we think that the summer community in places like Chester is very active and has actually been very supportive of the community. I know that we've been very active in making sure that the Chester Municipal Heritage Society was adequately funded, and we managed a number of their things. We attend most of the fundraisers in the town, and we've obviously hired contractors over the years to renovate the house and bring it up to speed. When I learned about this proposed tax, I thought it was probably appropriate to contact some of the local legislatures down here and see whether they thought that it would be a good idea to implement a similar tax for Canadian owners of real estate in Georgia and Florida. And interestingly enough, people think it's an interesting idea. It's obviously a way to raise money by taxing people that can't vote. In the case of Florida and Georgia, if they get criticized, they can always blame it on the Canadians because you went there first. I think that it will severely damage both property values and the quality of life along the South Shore. And hopefully, I mean, I think that Halifax has three problems basically if you go back in time, the summer residents have been there for a long time, in many cases over 100 years, and there wasn't a housing price problem in Nova Scotia. The pandemic combined with what I will call flight capital has kind of combined to increase prices. But the pandemic has raised housing prices by an alarming amount all over the eastern seaboard, from the banks of the Outer Banks of North Carolina through all of Florida and into parts of Texas. And, you know, to a degree that's about similar to what's going on in Nova Scotia. What is different in Nova Scotia is that you, along with Vancouver and Toronto, have become a target for a certain amount of flight capital out of China in particular. We lived in London for 20 years, from 1990 to 2010. And so we were able to watch waves of Russian oligarchs and Greeks and Uzbekis and all sorts of people come into London and buy up property. And the Chinese had a particular fondness for buying empty apartments off plan while they're under construction, and lock the apartment doors when completed and never actually visit them, so that they were not a particularly useful immigrant set, if you wish, because they don't actually bring much ongoing money to the community. So but you know, nobody from the United States is going to, you know, move money to Canada to buy a house just to move money out of the United States. Equally, no Canadian is going to do the same thing, is going to buy a winter property in Florida just to move money out of Canada. That you don't get flight capital between the US and Canada.
You have 1 minute, Robert.
I've really said pretty much everything I need to say, which is that I think the tax is misguided. I think there are ways that you can cut down on its, on its breadth, and go after. And you ought to think about who you're really targeting. You know, targeting summer residents is maybe not the smartest thing.
All right, thank you, Robert. We have committee members sitting here with us that may have some questions for you. I'm looking around here. There's no questions, so I want to thank you. I want to thank you so much for coming this afternoon and presenting to us, Robert. Have a great day.
Yeah, cheers.
Hi, Richard. Good afternoon, Richard. Good afternoon, Richard. How
Hi,
are
good
you?
afternoon. I'm fine. How are you?
Good. I have a new committee member that joined us. I'd like for her to introduce herself. MLA for Clayton Park West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Rafa Di Costanzo, the MLA for Clayton Park West, and welcome to law amendment. Thank you.
Yeah, it's, Richard, thank you for joining us this afternoon. Welcome to Law Amendment Committee. If I can ask you to please state your name for the record and where you reside, and advise the committee members how you'd like to be addressed when we get to question period.
Okay. My name's Richard Brown, and I have a seasonal home at 145 Beach Hill Road in Kingsburg and Lunenburg County. And you can call me Richard, it's fine.
Thank you, Richard. So just to let you know, in preparation, you'll be permitted 5 minutes to present, with 5 minutes follow-up with questions from the committee members, should they wish to do so.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, and I'll provide you, I'll say 1 minute when you have 1 minute left in your presentation. Is that okay?
That's fine, and I'm sure you're having a long day, so I'll try to be brief.
Okay, go ahead.
So my wife and I are both Canadians, but today we're actually dual citizens. We live in the States, but we both grew up in Canada as children. We got married, and when we had our first child in 1981, we moved to the States and have lived there ever since. We now have 3 children, and we had never really spent any time in Nova Scotia. And then in 2003, my wife's mother, who was born in Nova Scotia, passed away. And so after her death, my wife and I decided to go to Nova Scotia to sort of explore my mother-in-law's roots. And like so many people, we got to Nova Scotia and fell in love with the place. So long story short, in 2005, we bought a housing lot in Kingsburg, and the following year we built a home, and we've had that home ever since. And in a few years later, we expanded the home, and now that I'm retired, I retired in 2013. We spend every summer about 5 months of the year up in our home in Kingsburg, and we continue to love it. And it's a wonderful community. We've made many friends, and we really think of Nova Scotia as our second home. My parents happened to meet in Halifax and got married during World War II, and I have a brother that lives in Dartmouth, and we feel, very much at home there. We've invested probably close to $800,000 in our property, and when we come every summer for 5 months, we contribute strongly to the local economy. We obviously shop at the grocery store in Lunenburg, in Bridgewater. We eat in the local restaurants. We host dinner parties at our home. I'm very heavily involved. We have the Kingsburg Community Association, which I was a founding board member of, and I continue to serve on. I'm also a member of the board of the Lunenburg Documentary Festival. And we feel that even though we don't pay any income tax in Nova Scotia, we do feel like we contribute significantly to the local economy through the investment in our home and the maintenance of our home, but in our general spending on a day-to-day basis. So when the bill that's in front of us was proposed, I must admit we were shocked. We felt that the tax proposal feels very punitive. We utilize very few government services. We obviously have no access to the healthcare system. We don't utilize the education system. We feel that we're strong contributors. We do pay close to $7,000 a year in property taxes to the municipality, the District of Lunenburg. This proposal would take our annual tax bill to roughly $21,000, which is untenable for us. And if this legislation was to pass, I'm afraid my wife and I would seriously have to consider, and would probably lead to us selling our home and exiting the province.
1 minute.
Thank you. We think that's bad for the province. This home is not in a location that would be convenient for young people coming to work, trying to build a career, living in Nova Scotia. I mean, I think a lot of the housing problems exist in Halifax and the surrounding areas. And the community of Kingsburg will be greatly impacted by this because we have many non-residents. I've heard from many of my neighbors that feel the same way that we do. And we think that the loss of our presence coming every year to the province is far outweighed by whatever benefit that the province may feel it is getting from collecting these additional taxes. That's my story in a nutshell. So at this point, I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
So much, Richard. We have any committee questions? MLA Nickel.
Hi, Richard. Thanks for your presentation.
Sure, thank you for your time.
I know Kingsburg very well as also, and there's beautiful homes there, and I'm envious of the. But that being said, you like others have mentioned about the taxes possibly going to help younger people or people in Halifax with the housing issues. I just wanted to ask, just theoretically, if you feel the taxes stayed in Kingsburg, if that would be something more palatable for you.
I mean, I suppose because we could possibly see a more direct benefit. It's hard to imagine how that could work, but I guess that's your job, not mine. But I think that, there's not a lot of government support that's needed in Kingsburg. I think it's a very self-sufficient community that is populated by a lot of people with means. And I think tax dollars probably are better suited to go to other needs around the province. That's my initial thought to the question.
Well, thank you so much, Richard, for your time. There's no other questions from the committee, but I appreciate your time this afternoon to present to us.
All right. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate the time you've given.
Have a great afternoon.
You as well.
Bring Margaret back.
Hello?
Hi, Margaret.
Hello? Hey, who's this?
Hi, it's Dave Ritzy. I'm the chair or vice chair of this committee, the Law Amendments Committee.
Okay.
So you're good.
Okay.
So
yes.
So I just want to have a chat with you first, and then we'll get you started. So,
okay, perfect.
So welcome to Law Amendments.
Thank you.
And if you could you please state your name for the record and where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed when we get into the questions.
Okay. My name is Margaret Brown. I live in Toronto. Ontario, and I own a home in Chester, Nova Scotia. And I could be called Margie, if that's how I'd like to be addressed.
Okay, Margie, that's great. Well, thank you so much. So, Margie, you're going to you have 5 minutes to present to the committee, and the committee has up to 5 minutes to ask you questions. So you go ahead whenever you're ready.
So tell me when. I'm ready now.
You go for it.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Sorry I'm having so much problems contacting you, but thanks for sticking with me. Some background on me. Margaret Brown is my name. I'm Derek Brown's wife. I'm 77 years old, a Kings and Adele law grad. My husband, Derek, who recently passed away, was a Dell Commerce and law grad. We both left Nova Scotia to find jobs, me in Alberta and Derek in Toronto. We've rented in Nova Scotia every summer for 7 years, then bought a home in Chester in 1986, where we have spent 3 to 4 months every year in the summer. Derek and I, over the years, have donated over $1 million to Dell and over $500,000 to King's, my alma mater. He also left King's money in his will. In addition, in Chester, we have responded to capital campaigns at the golf club and the yacht club, and we have contributed annually to the Zoe Vale Library and sporadically to the Chester Playhouse. This tripling of our taxes in Chester says it's okay by the government to discriminate against us. And my question is why? What have we done wrong to deserve such a treatment by our home province? This unfair treatment says we're not wanted. Give your financial support elsewhere. I will certainly do so should this law pass. So while you are trying to solve a housing problem or a health problem by discriminatory taxes, I will be exploring how to fund efforts to save the lovable manatees who are dying by the thousands in the Indian River Lagoon in Florida. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Margie. I'll go to my committee members to see if there's any questions. MLA Hanson has a question.
Thank you, Ms. Margie. Thank you so much for your presentation. I really do. I ask the same question, why? And I will continue to ask that question when we sit around the house because there isn't as much clarity to this particular piece of legislation. And I do appreciate your time within this presentation amongst the technical difficulties. And I think saving the manatees is actually a really good thing. So you keep doing what you're doing, Ms. Margie. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
There's no other questions, Margie, so I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
You have a great afternoon, and thank you so much for presenting.
Oh, you're most welcome. Good luck with it.
All right, thank you.
Cheers. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye. Good afternoon, Eric.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to address you all.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. I'd like to welcome you to law amendments. If you could, please state your full name for the record, where you reside, and advise us how you would like to be addressed during question period.
Yes, by all means. So my name is Eric Millage. I reside, my home, which is a seasonal home, is in Glenhaven, Nova Scotia. We purchased that home back in 2000, and I currently reside here in Florida. I live in Florida. I'm on Marco Island, Florida right now. I'm here for about 6.5, 7 months of the year, and I spend 5.5 months every year at our home in Nova Scotia. Incidentally, behind me here, it's a beautiful painting by one of your local artists, Al Chedek. It's Sable Island horses, which is keeps me focused on the province. But I'd like to just begin by saying good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
Eric,
yes,
I'm going to get you started. So you got 5 minutes to present.
Yep.
I'll let you know when you have a minute left, and then
Okay.
we'll have up to 5 minutes for committee members to ask questions. So if you're ready to start, you go right ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, all the members of the Amendments Law Committee. I'd like to begin by mentioning the fact that I was born and raised in Nova Scotia. My wife, Barbara, formerly Barbara Doyle, was born and raised in Nova Scotia. She became a registered nurse, and I graduated from St. Mary's University with a commerce degree. And shortly after graduating, I was hired by Johnson & Johnson into their pharmaceutical sector, and like many people, transferred, and I ended up in Toronto. And I have to tell you, it was a tough decision at the time. We never want to leave our home province. We always want to stay there. But the opportunity to work in the pharmaceutical sector, for me, I had to leave, and I did. And we moved to Toronto. We have 3 children. Now we have several grandchildren. And we always thought we'd get back to Nova Scotia. Well, fate would have it, I got moved to the United States, to their world headquarters, and I became the president of Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals US, and proudly built that business with the team of people we had from about 800 million to about 11 or 12 billion dollars US. Interestingly enough, a little side note for all of you, at that time I had a colleague there from Lunenburg. He was running our surgery business. We had another one running our suture business, who was from Halifax. Between the 3 of us, 3 Haligonians, story never told, by the way, the 3 of us probably ran about 30 to 40% of J&J's worldwide business. So there's a book to be written there someday. And all of us came back. All of us came back and purchased property in Halifax. But it became clear to me very early on that the odds of me getting back and living there permanently was getting more remote as our children were getting older. They went off to schools. My daughter went back to Canada to graduate from St. Mary's University. But later, the children got married to people here in the US. I decided that what we had to do is we had to go back and buy a piece of our home province so that we could get the family there every summer. And so we bought this home. It was kind of a teardown at the time. It had been vacant for 2.5 years. And we have invested, this sounds like a big number, but we've invested well over $1 million in that property, all the way from excavating the property, redoing, we did the whole thing over. And we made sure it was big enough to accommodate not just our children and their spouses, but also all of our grandchildren. And we've been going back there every year consistently, since August of 2000. And the only time that got stopped was with COVID. Barbara and my wife and I went back to Nova Scotia through COVID, but our children did not go back. Certainly our grandchildren never came back as well. I'd like to say that the tax implications of this is going to be enormous for us. Obviously, we put a lot of money into the home. Home's worth a lot of money. We have been very generous in giving back to the province of Nova Scotia. I've set up a scholarship fund at St. Mary's University. I just paid for a young lady from Caracas, Venezuela, paid for her entire education. She just graduated with a BCom from St. Mary's and got her citizenship, and now she's working for the Butterfield Bank in Halifax. We continue to put money into that. I also use my J&J matching grant funds to grant that. So in all total, we put in over $250,000 into St. Mary's University. We've not invested, but donated money to the Isaac Walton Hospital. We are big supporters of the St. Margaret's Bay Sailing Club. In fact, we bought all the furniture in the sailing club. There's no tax write-off for us because we don't have Canadian income. We even bought the high-tech Dacron sails, the new sails that are going to be used for this new World Cup event that's coming up this summer. We only renovated that.
1 minute.
So I think I'll just wrap up here by saying that we have given more back to Nova Scotia. My wife and I we refurnished and remodeled the entire conservatory at the Convent of the Sacred Heart for over $100,000. So we think that this tax it shocked us when it happened because Nova Scotia is our home, and we don't want to leave our home. And we certainly want to continue to use the wealth that we've been fortunate to accumulate over the years to invest back in the province, not to make money, but to give back to the province that did so much for us. And this is causing us to rethink about whether we even stay in Nova Scotia. I hope that this thing gets amended and doesn't target people like us. We're not speculators. I'm not a land speculator, neither is my wife. So with that, I just say thank you for your time. I'm the kind, I think Barbara and I represent the kind of people you want in Nova Scotia, because we do a lot. I mean, I've introduced over 100 people to Nova Scotia over the last 10 years, and many of them are coming up and buying properties there. So I'll end it there. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Eric. I'm going to pass it to our committee members to see if there's any questions for Mr. Millage. We will, MLA Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I thank you for all your philanthropy in Nova Scotia. That is to be, you are to be commended, to you and Barbara. And you said to yourself, like, it's about giving back to Nova Scotia. What is it about the tax that you don't feel is giving back to Nova Scotia?
Well, first of all, we're very generous to, not just in Canada, but also here in the US, we do a lot of philanthropy. To me, there's certain causes that are really important to my wife and I. Healthcare, obviously, both of us come out of healthcare. Giving back, supporting places like the Isaac Walton is very important. Supporting the local schools and universities is very, very important. But if I get a tax that goes into a treasury and I never ever get to see the benefits of where that money gets targeted, that to me, you know, that doesn't feel the same to me at all. And we you know, we have the opportunity that we can do what we want to do, and if that goes through, I think the odds are it's. And by the way, I'll make it clear: we can afford this tax, right? There's no question about that. But in principle, we would leave. Just to make that clear, I've already been engaged with 2 realtors, realty companies in Halifax. We will leave and we'll take our money and everything else elsewhere. Where it's welcome. But I would hate to see that happen. I have 3 sisters living in the province. My brother from Vancouver just bought a place in Halifax. He's looking forward to coming back and spending the summer. So I think he'll end up by reversing that decision, unfortunately.
Okay, MLA Nicol.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it was just to clarify, so your concern basically is the fact that it's the accountability that's lacking as to where the revenue would go?
Well, I don't think it's, you know, people use the word fair. I don't think it's a fair tax to take people who are native Nova Scotians. I am not a land speculator, right? I can understand if I was a land speculator, I'm in this business for making money and flipping properties. That's clearly, as far as that's a fair target. I don't think it's fair or even wise to be targeting people like me. I have several friends in Chester, right, who are part-time residence people, and they will not stay, and that will impact your summer business and tourism in Nova Scotia. I mean, it's hard enough now to get a flight into Halifax because we still don't have direct flights from the US into Halifax, which is unfortunate. But I just don't think that tax, that feels like to me like a penalty. That people who've grown up in the province, who've done well and have come back to the province and are trying to invest back in the province to help other people, it feels like you're getting slapped. And, you know, for me, there's places I can go where we'd be more welcome. And if that means we have to go buy a home in Maine, we will. And we'll take the ferry over every now and again to go visit family. But we will not stay. So I don't think, I'd rather have a say where my charitable donations go. That's something that's important to me, is that I get to guide where those go.
Thank you, Eric, for your time. We don't have any more questions from the committee, but I want to thank you for taking the time this afternoon, and thank you to the contributions you do provide the Nova Scotians.
Yeah, and I want to thank everybody on this committee. I've been watching this all day today. I think you guys are, you know, to be commended for these hearings. I think it's fantastic, and we love Nova Scotia. I hope this thing can get amended so we don't feel targeted and have to leave. But thank you very much for your time today. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Same to you. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper.
Hello.
How are you today?
Fine, thanks. Apart from a little touch of COVID, which hasn't nailed me yet. soon. I don't know.
Oh, so sorry to hear. I,
Oh, well.
I'm gonna just go through some steps here, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So welcome to Law Amendments. I ask you to state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members that are with me today and how you would like to be addressed when we get into questions.
Sure. It's George Cooper. I live in Halifax. The full address is Unit 706, 1540 Summer Street. And you can address me any way you like. George, Mr. Cooper, witness, whatever suits you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Cooper. I appreciate that. So we'll provide you with 5 minutes to present, then another 5 minutes of follow-up questions that the committee members may have. I will let you know when you have 1 minute left in your presentation time. Okay? So you can
works.
You can start anytime.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity of speaking. I've been to the Law Amendments Committee a number of times in another life, and it's good to be back. I'm here not to express the views, as I understand them, of the non-residents. They are fully capable of speaking for themselves. I want to talk about why I think this legislation is bad for Nova Scotia and the million Nova Scotian residents who live here. I want to begin by saying that, in my opinion, the government's desire to fix these two problems, a broken healthcare system and an acute housing problem, is completely admirable. I support that. The problem is in the method that you're going about, or the government is going about, the business of getting there. These tax proposals are going to be seen by key decision makers in Canada and maybe elsewhere, for all I know, as highly discriminatory, and they will be seen as unworthy of any modern and open and democratic and welcoming market-based society, which Nova Scotia has been able to establish extremely well over the last 30 or 50 or more years that I've been observing it, and has a great reputation as being a good place to do business. I think that reputation is at serious risk if we go ahead with this legislation. Here's the point. Business confidence, financial confidence are very fragile things. We risk, I think, a great chance that investors will pass us by, and that will slow the province's growth trajectory, and the result will be injury to our economy and finances generally. I think more particularly, it could impair our ability to solve these two problems, the healthcare problem and the housing problem, in a timely way, or maybe not even at all, if the bad things that I envisage could very well happen do go ahead and happen. I had a chance to be co-chair of the Forefront Atlantic Conference, which was a private sector conference in the early 2000s, sorry, the early, well, when the heck was it? 20, I guess about 10 years ago. Kevin Lynch and I were co-chairs, private sector, 3 conferences in 3 annual successions for a day each. 150 of the senior business people in Atlantic Canada were there. And they made it very clear, in my mind, how governments can conduct themselves in order to get business going. And of course, Nova Scotia, the province of Nova Scotia set out the Ivany Committee to look at the proposals that came out of the Forefront Atlantic Conference. And of course, they made their own changes quite properly. And that report was more or less adopted by Nova Scotia, and that was a very good thing for us, in my opinion, that the government did all of these things. I think we have to take a step back here and look at what I call them time-tested principles of good government actually are. And I've listed them there. You got to have consistent laws, reasonable taxes, and security of property. You have to be open to citizens of the world, especially to your fellow Canadians. You have to legislate on the basis of principles, not populism. And you have to recognize that discriminatory policies will encourage discriminatory reactions by business, by people and other governments. And I go back to my point that business and financial confidence are fragile and they need constant care. So I end by saying that the role of politicians is to try to take account of these long-term problems that face us and the risks. And that is what I'm asking this committee to do. Perhaps the best thing to do, because a lot of work has to be done on both of these problems before we know where we're going. Maybe the best thing to do is to shelve them and take a really deep dive into the problems that I'm suggesting confront us if we go ahead as planned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. I'm going to bring it to the committee to see if there's any questions. MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. George. I really appreciate, and I've read your submission as well, and your knowledge behind legislature is super valuable, and I really do truly appreciate that. I am a believer that we do have a long road ahead of us, so we shouldn't be rushing a number of pieces that are in front of us over the past few weeks, but I will continue to voice my concerns over a number of things that are affecting all of our Nova Scotians, and this will be one of them. So I do appreciate your presentation, and thank you so much for your wise wisdom.
Thank you.
MLA Nickel.
Hi, George. I was just wanting to ask, because I did read your letter in its entirety as well, and I just noticed that you mentioned that you feel that this will hurt the province's brand. As we know, PEI introduced such a legislation and a tax, and I just wondered if, in your opinion, do you feel it hurt PEI's brand?
Well, you can't prove a negative. That's just a rule of nature. So it's hard to say whether PEI is doing well. No question about it. It's doing well. But would they have done better had they not had this? I don't know. But the most important point about the PEI situation is, first of all, they don't regard it as a tax at all on non-residents. What they see is that everybody who has a house in PEI, resident or non-resident, they get exactly the same bill. The money goes into the province, and then the province, in a program of its own devising for the benefit of its own citizens who have paid their taxes into the government, gives 50% of a portion of the tax bill back. And that's only the provincial portion, not the municipal portion. So we're talking about maybe a 30 or 40% increase in taxes. That compares with an increase in taxes of 4 times here. And that's only for the annual property taxes. I'm not including here the 5% deed transfer tax increase, which is extraordinary. I don't know any other place that has that. So it's a good question, but I think, as I say, I think the answer is it probably has, but we can't tell. If it has hurt PEI, it hasn't hurt it very much because the amounts involved are small in comparison.
Well, Mr. Cooper, thank you so much for your time today. We really appreciate it, and we wish you well. Hopefully, so take care of yourself.
Well, thank you. The Nova Scotia health care system is taking pretty good care of me right now, I must say, and I'm grateful for it. So,
good to hear. Good to hear. Well, you have a great day, Mr. Cooper. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, Mr. McIntosh. How are you today?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Law Amendments, our Law Amendment Committee. If you could you please state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed during questions.
Sure. My name is James McIntosh. I live in Ontario and in Marriott's Cove, Nova Scotia. And you can call me James. Thank you.
That's great. Well, thank you, James. So you'll have 5 minutes to present and then 5 minutes for the committee members to ask questions. I will let you know when you're in your last minute of your presentation. Are you ready to go?
Yep, ready to go.
Okay, you start whenever.
Okay, good. Good afternoon, Chairman and committee members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Much appreciated. I'm going to start with a bit of background. I'm married with 3 children and we live in Ontario and Nova Scotia. My wife's family has over 100 years of history in Nova Scotia. Both of her grandfathers were apple growers in the Annapolis Valley. On her paternal grandmother's side, the family has been in Nova Scotia for over 5 generations. Our family inherited the 3-season family cottage in Chester Basin that has been in the family since the 1940s. And I personally have been lucky enough to be in Nova Scotia every summer for the past 25 years. And the cottage is owned by us and our cousins are a gathering place every summer for the past 80 years for 5 generations of families from Nova Scotia and from across Canada. So quite a lot of history there. And within our family, our children have spent many summers in Nova Scotia swimming, learning to sail, working summer jobs, growing up and learning to love the province. Now that they're older, all of our children are considering Halifax and Nova Scotia as a potential place to live and work. Our daughter, who is a nurse, has recently applied for jobs in Halifax area, all because of our cottage and our history in Nova Scotia. And for the record, I'd like to state emphatically that we do not think of ourselves as non-residents. This term actually drives a wedge between us and other Nova Scotians. We are fully committed to Nova Scotia and think of ourselves as part-time Nova Scotians with deep roots in the community. I don't want to reiterate what other people have said so eloquently throughout the day today, but I think it might be useful to put some numbers on our situation so that you can see the impact on one family. The proposed tax is extremely high when compared to other property tax situations across Canada. I've looked in the last day at many other jurisdictions around Canada, and I believe that if implemented, this will be the highest property tax in Canada by a large margin. Our property was assessed at a value of $722,000 this year. This is an increase of 14% over the year before. So already we're paying 14% more tax in a single year than the year before. And it's also interesting to note that as non-residents, we're already paying more tax than a Nova Scotian would in our position because our property tax increases are not capped like they are for, or I understand them to be capped for the residents of Nova Scotia. So in our area in Marriott's Cove, we will be taxed the regular rate of $6,500 for our property tax this year. And now with this added non-residence tax, we'll be taxed an additional $14,400 for a total of $20,900. If it helps for comparison, in Montreal, a house of the same value would have a property tax of $5,500 per year. In Fredericton, the same house would have a property taxes of $10,250. In Ottawa, they'd pay $7,500 a year. And so $20,900 for a modest, non-winterized cottage is very unreasonable, in my opinion. We've lived with the Nova Scotian tax system for decades, and this sudden and extreme change seems very unreasonable. Increases are expected, of course, but not so suddenly and in such a discriminatory way. This tax is already bringing a deep sense of hurt to people like us who have strong roots in Nova Scotia. And not surprisingly, it feels like a betrayal.
1 minute.
It signals that Nova Scotia will no longer welcome those from out of the province. It signals that Nova Scotia will view those from away not as contributors to the fabric of the province, but as unwelcome interlopers who must now pay more than their fair share to remain. This tax, I think, pits Nova Scotians against the rest of Canada and the rest of Canada against Nova Scotians. And finally, I'd like to say, while we already contribute more taxes than residents would in our situation, we are still willing to contribute to a reasonable tax to help increase housing supply, and that is spread equitably among residents and non-residents according to their financial means. The current legislation should be studied more before being enacted. It currently seems punitive and unfair, and I think risks many unintended consequences. Thank you.
Well, thank you, James, for your presentation this afternoon. And joining us, we have up to 5 minutes for committee members to ask questions of you in your presentation. MLA Nickel.
Hi, thank you for your presentation, and you obviously did quite a bit of research in looking into the taxes, saying that it's the highest in Canada, but you did say perhaps a reasonable tax would be better. So what, in your opinion, is reasonable?
Well, there aren't very many examples of taxes on non-residents. I think that the one in Prince Edward Island is 0.5%. You know, this proposed one is 4 times that. But again, we're already paying a bit more tax than residents. But sure, 0.5%. Why not? It's at least something that could be dealt with financially, possibly, unlike the proposed tax.
Oh, MLA Hanson.
I just want to say thank you so much for your presentation, and I'm glad to hear that your children would be looking to move back to Nova Scotia or move to Halifax. And I noticed you mentioned that your daughter is a nurse, and we are in need of more healthcare workers. So I would definitely encourage her to be down here in Nova Scotia. But as well, I did hear about, you know, your family history and the generations and the many years that were instilled here on Nova Scotian soil. So I really do appreciate your presentation today, and we will, I know many of us will be discussing this issue across the floor.
Thank you very much.
Well, I see no other questions from our committee members, James. I just, again, want to thank you so much for taking the time this afternoon to present to us.
And thank you for listening. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Abbas, how are you?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Very well, thank you. And yourself?
Good to hear. No, very well, thank you. So we're going to start it off. Welcome, first of all, welcome to Law Amendments. If you could, please state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members on how you'd like to be addressed when we get to question period.
Yes, my name is Jay Abbas. I reside at 6191 Pepperell Street, Halifax, and I'd be glad if you refer to me simply as Jay.
Thank you so much, Jay. You're provided 5 minutes for presentation, and then up to 5 minutes in questions from our committee members. And I will let you know during your presentation when you have a minute to go.
Thank you.
All right, so you can start at any time.
Very good. Members of the committee, although not active lately, I do have a political past, having served in the John Savage government back in the 90s as MLA for Halifax-Chebucto, Minister of Justice, Attorney General, Minister of Human Resources, and Minister of Labor. I also did a 9-year stint on the Board of Governors of Dalhousie University, serving for part of that time on the investment committee in the oversight of the university's endowment and pension funds. So I had better say up front that I am nothing but impressed by the way Premier Houston has handled himself as Premier since the election of 2021 and the favorable light in which he continues to represent this province. Prior to Premier Houston's arrival, I thought that Premier McNeil was the right person at the right moment. And of course, COVID allowed Mr. McNeil to show just how valuable a steady hand on the tiller was when needed. But the two gentlemen have something in common. Having followed the ham-handed way in which the Stephen McNeil government gutted the highly successful Nova Scotia film tax credit in 2015, I see in the non-resident property tax budget measure that someone within the government's bureaucracy has set up our present Premier to do something of his own version of a Stephen McNeil. With the non-resident property tax, some hopefully well-intentioned bureaucrat somewhere has pulled out of their bottom drawer a bit of a political hand grenade, handed it to the Premier or the finance minister, selling this not quite ready for prime time dud of a measure as being in the name of housing affordability and a clamping down on speculators. But the measure clearly does not work as advertised. Someone has missed this particular measure's potential for disrupting and aggravating a long-standing segment of the summer tourism industry, underpinned by individuals and families who have been coming to the province, not just recently, but for generations, unnecessarily insulting Nova Scotian-born individuals who have had to move elsewhere for work reasons, but who have maintained their links with the province of their birth by purchasing a summer home many, many years ago. Aggravating some of these same individuals to the point that they might reconsider Nova Scotia as a destination for their philanthropy and instead look to other provinces or US states with their charitable donations, whether directed to educational, health, or other worthwhile causes. Premier Houston and his ministers have likely already encountered some of the many individuals who were born in Nova Scotia, have moved outside the province for business reasons, have excelled in their chosen fields beyond even their own expectations, and throughout their years away from the province, have reserved a corner of their hearts and their bank accounts for the province's universities and other worthwhile causes. There is no obvious reason why one would want to A, shun the province's group of non-resident goodwill ambassadors, who are often well-moneyed, active or retired business execs who wish only to support their alma mater, their local hospital, or another provincial cause needing support, or B, alienate someone whose family has for so long been an integral and dependable part of the province's tourism industry writ large, or C, do anything other than encourage, not insult, these generations-long visitors and supporters of the province. I understand that two of the stated aims of the budget's provisions respecting non-resident property owners are the promotion of affordable housing within the province and the dampening of an overheated real estate market attributable to speculative purchases by out-of-province investors. I do see that increasing the non-resident deed transfer tax applicable to non-residents might very well result in a slight dampening of the overheated market. Meanwhile, I simply do not see how imposing an additional property tax on long-standing non-resident property owners will either dampen the market or result in any meaningful increase in the affordable housing stock. The non-resident property tax measure cries out for grandfathering in some way, in much the same way as the non-resident deed transfer tax does not apply to anyone who entered into an agreement of purchase and sale prior to April 1st, 2022. Clearly, someone who purchased a home in Nova Scotia, say 10 years ago or more, was not a purely speculative investor looking to flip the home into an overheated market. A simple grandfathering of those who purchased their homes prior to, say, April 1st, 2022, or pick even 3 years prior to that date, would dispense fairness, would show that the government has listened while sending the message to the world and the province's expatriate goodwill ambassadors that they are in fact welcome and encouraged to come home and yes, bring their pension plans and charitable donations with them.
Order.
That's the end of my comments.
Wonderful. Well, I'd like to thank you to the honorable member for your service. I have committee members that would like to ask questions. MLA Lachance.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Abbas, for joining us today. And, you know, obviously you have a lot of experience thinking about, you know, decisions for Nova Scotia. I just have a comment before my question. I was a little bit concerned, actually probably just concerned by the assertion that someone in the public service presents these tax ideas as a way to trip up politicians. You know, I think I have a great deal of respect for the folks in the Nova Scotia Public Service. I have a great deal of respect for the folks and the expertise at the Nova Scotia Department of Finance. And I don't think that anyone who works on tax policy is trying to trip up bureaucrats or trip up ministers. I do think it's, you know, important that politicians have to be clear that when we put our name on something that we agree with it. So I just, you know, I couldn't let that comment stand. I guess one of the things that we've talked about is, you know, and another decision-making tool in government is jurisdictional scans. So we've talked about PEI at 0.5%. Do you think that that would be a reasonable option?
No, there's just no one has demonstrated that there's any connection between the levying of a non-resident property tax, which is in addition to existing property taxes, and an increase in affordable housing or a suppression of a speculative overheated real estate market. No, so the answer is no.
MLA DeConstanza.
Stanzo. Hello, Jay. How are you? Lovely
Very
to
well,
see you
thank
again. It's, we both have gotten much older since the last time we've spoken. I do agree with you in the fact that this bill was brought in very fast and very hasty without realizing the total impact this. And we've been hearing from many residents who are Nova Scotians who have moved out just to find better jobs and have done so well, and they're returning and contributing and encouraging their kids to come back. So I truly believe that this will have much larger consequences than what the government has proposed, and they're rushing it, and it's truly a tax grab instead of solving a problem of housing. So I just wanted to share that with you. I totally agree there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure that requires a response other than to say, yes, that sounds just right, Rafa. But I would only second the comments by George Cooper, who has been at politics and government and the analyzing of issues of this sort much longer than many of us. And I think he gave good advice in suggesting that the government and all of us, I guess, step back from this particular issue and give it time to stew a bit and for it to be studied a bit more than it has been.
I see no other questions from committee members. I want to thank you so much, Jay, for your time and your comments, and we'll close it off from here.
Thank you very much, and to all the committee members as well.
Thank you.
Bye now.
We will take a 2-minute recess. Sorry, I recognize MLA Lachance.
So I hear the bells ringing for a vote in the chambers, and here we have our problem that unfortunately I still cannot divide my body in half to have somebody in the chambers respond to the bells and to be here. And so what is the plan for those of us here to be able to represent our constituencies on this vote?
He just wants you to say on the record what you just said. Sorry?
Just once. So right now, there is a vote, but we're not going to leave until we get a text or to go in and to vote. It's no use because those bells can go for an hour, and we still have, in respect for these 4 or 5 members here, we need to make sure that we can get them in before 6 o'clock. MLA Smith.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Can we get clarity and get it on the record from Ledge Council that once the whips are satisfied, we will be allowed to briefly recess, go take our places, vote on the record, and then resume Committee of Law amendments after that?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Hebb.
There's nothing to require the committee to adjourn for the vote. All I'm suggesting is, until you know when the vote is going to be, it could be up to an hour away. It doesn't seem like a good idea to adjourn for an hour. But once you know the vote, your whips tell you that the vote is imminent, then it's certainly appropriate for the committee, but that's up to the committee whether they adjourn for the vote. But that certainly would be appropriate at that time.
What's that?
I know that I've been trying to get your attention.
Okay, go ahead, MLA LaChance.
So I guess I'm wondering a question to Ledge Council. What has been done before when there's been a legislative committee running at the same time as the legislature is sitting and meeting actively when a vote has been called?
Just what I suggested, when the members were aware that the vote was close, then the committee has, in my memory, has adjourned for the vote, but not until the vote was imminent. Because sometimes, I do recall, those votes they have rung for an hour. I have no idea how long they're going to ring.
Okay, go ahead. MLA Smith.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. To Chief Legislative Counsel, will we need to offer a motion to adjourn at that point in time, or can we just safely get up and go vote and then return?
Any member is free to leave at any time to go to vote without a motion. The only problem there is we could lose quorum. So a vote is preferable, or it could be, are you all agreed? Yes, we're all agreed. I mean, or you could have a formal vote. I mean, others acceptable.
MLA Nickel, we have members here waiting here.
Yeah, no, it was just for a legal question to that point that I just wanted to say. So there is nothing in the rules that say you have to be present for the debate in order to be allowed to vote. That's always been the normal practice with any other government.
Mr. Hebb.
The rule in the House is when the vote is actually called, you must be present in the chamber, but you don't need to be there for the debate. No.
Okay, we'll proceed. We'll proceed and go from there. All right. Yep. Mr. Clemens.
Yes?
Hi, Mr. Clemens. How are you?
Yes, good afternoon. I'm fine, thank you. Yourself?
Good, thank you. So can you put your screen on?
Well, if I can figure out how to do it. Oh, there it is. How's this?
Perfect. That's
Yeah,
great.
thank you.
Thank you so much. So you'll have, first, I welcome you, and if you could state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members of how you would like to be addressed.
Right. My name is Ford Clements. You can address me by my first name, Ford. I live in Toronto. I was born in...
Order?
Hello?
Yeah, sorry, sorry, Ford. You keep going.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I was born in Nova Scotia, as were two of my children. I lived and worked there for 38 years. I have a family who reside there. We're descendants of Empire loyalists, and we've been residents since long before Confederation. I own a seasonal, unwinterized home. I've owned it for 25 years. I'm not present for enough days to qualify as a resident. However, I assure you, I'm as Nova Scotian as anyone who is resident. Based on its current assessment, the proposed tax would increase my property tax bill by approximately 150 to 200%. Frankly, that feels punitive. Your Minister of Finance has tied this proposed tax to the need to increase affordable housing for Nova Scotians. The minister has acknowledged that it's unclear whether this tax will achieve his stated goal. But he has been reported to have said that he had to do something. Notwithstanding that I appreciate this opportunity to speak to this committee, it is disquieting, to say the least, that important public tax policy is based on the notion or simple desire to do something, unquote, without broad consultation and analysis about its impact and efficacy. Sound public policy depends on clear goals and objective criteria to achieve them. Hope that a proposed tax bill will achieve these goals is not objective. The minister has said he expects to raise 81 million from this new tax. The proposed provincial budget appears to set aside 25 to 30 million for affordable housing. Given that this tax is designed to raise revenue to meet that goal, it's difficult to reconcile that revenue expenditure discrepancy. Moreover, the absence of any mechanism to ensure that some, if not all, the money raised by this tax will be allocated for its stated goal will no doubt undermine the public's confidence in the government's actual commitment to its stated objective. Fair public policy objectives, such as affordable housing, can only be justified if the means used to fund those objectives are equitable. It's incumbent, in my view, upon the Nova Scotia government to devise an equitable formulation to support tax discrimination between residents and non-resident citizens. While the legitimacy of such discrimination is in the first instance clearly debatable, the implementation of a differential tax of any kind raises other important issues of fairness and equity. There is no evidence no evidence that all non-residents are equally able to afford this extraordinary tax hike. The notion that non-residents are able to personally absorb such a tax without sacrifice ignores and disrespects individual circumstances. Likewise, there's no evidence that non-residents' contributions to their communities is insignificant or less significant when compared to residents, as this legislation implies to many. Non-residents are not a homogeneous group and should not be considered so in crafting legitimate social policy.
1 minute, Ford. You have one
What?
more. You
Thank
have
you.
1 minute.
There's virtually no public discussion, as far as I can tell, about alternatives to a progressive or to a regressive tax based on an archaic property assessment system, or even a consideration of a reduction in the proposed rate or graduate rate or so-called grandfather exemptions. The failure to consider income, retirement, employment status, citizenship, or indeed the importance, if any, of one's birthright undermines the legitimacy of a public policy requiring non-residents to pay more tax than residents. Surely a more equitable and less punitive tax model could provide not only additional revenue, but some measure of equity and fairness that the current proposal cannot achieve.
Order.
Well,
Order. Your time for presentation is up. We have just under, or we have 5 minutes for questions from the committee, should there be questions. So I will ask committee members if they have any questions, please raise your hand. I'll acknowledge you. I'm seeing no questions, Ford, so I want to thank you again for your time this afternoon, and we'll chat soon. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I recognize MLA Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this point, I'd like to move for at least a 10-minute recess.
Okay. Oh. Okay, MLA Constanza.
What we did, Di Costanzo.
Di Costanzo, there you go.
In the past, we allowed the presenter to take the 10 minutes. If they, if there's no questions, the presenter he has a choice to speak the whole 10 minutes or leave time for questions. So you should let him know that.
Yeah, no, we've gone 5 and 5.
5 and 5?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I know that's what we did in the past as well.
Okay. Thank you. So we'll take,
new information leads to new decisions, Mr. Chair. I'd like to hold off on my motion and retract it, please.
Okay, motion's retracted. All right, we'll go to the next, next person, Mr. Nichols. Good afternoon, Mr. Nichols. Do you have volume? We can see you. Oh, you're on mute, Mr. Nichols.
Okay, thank you. How am I doing now?
You're good to go. So
great.
If you could state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise committee members how you'd like to be addressed during questions.
Okay, so thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I'm Tim Nicholas. I'm a physician who resides in Thornbury, Ontario. I would ask that one not proceed with the $2 per 2% per 100 of assessment property tax for those who are considered non-resident. I have always considered myself as an ambassador to promote Nova Scotia. My family has extensive ties in Nova Scotia. My mother was born in Kirkhill, just outside of Parsboro in Cumberland County. As a physician, I did training in Dalhousie, and I practiced for a period of time in Mahone Bay in Lunenburg County. Every summer throughout my whole life, we would come to Nova Scotia. We contributed financially in Parsboro to the Ship's Theatre, local stores, restaurants, the local golf course, and the Fundy Geological Museum. The summer residence was only a summer residence and could not be lived in as a yearly residence. In fact, it's not even accessible during the winter. In 2021, I sold the cottage and purchased a similar one in Kingsburg. The question I have for the committee is, why should you not proceed with this tax? The number one thing is that it is perceived as discriminatory, as well as the perception that outsiders are not welcome. In my own province of Ontario, there is a 20% Landford tax for non-Canadians. The residential property tax is the same for all. In the rural areas of Nova Scotia, this will particularly affect that. Many of the skilled trades, small businesses, and the construction industry and the entertainment industry will all be affected. Cultural events and restaurants will be affected, as those like myself often invite friends and family throughout the summertime to visit. And this has occurred yearly throughout my life. In my particular case, construction requirements will be put on hold for the seasonal residence that I purchased in Kingsburg last summer. Whatever increased tax that the province will obtain will be short-lived. If the province is sold to a Nova Scotian, it would be seasonal. It would not increase the housing supply, and the increased tax will evaporate. It is also likely that the province of Nova Scotia will be termed discriminatory, insular, and will be perceived as arbitrary and unfair, as that this tax applies to seasonal residences only to those who do not have who have what is considered a primary residence in Nova Scotia. It may be a politically astute move now in some quarters, but this will become temporary as business and others like myself avoid the province. This proposed tax on an ongoing basis is well over 200%.
1 minute, Mr. Nichols.
Thank you, of the existing tax. I urge this committee to amend the bill by deleting this tax. I would suggest that this be reviewed. A cost-benefit analysis regarding housing and future economic development need to be done. Thank you for allowing me to present to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Nichols, for your presentation. I'll go to the committee members for any questions for Mr. Nichols. MLA Hanson.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Mr. Nicholas. I just want to make a comment, and you mentioned it earlier that you practiced here in Nova Scotia. I'm curious, and I mean, maybe this is just off the topic, but why did you leave Nova Scotia to practice in Ontario?
This was very early on in my practice, and at the time I felt that the opportunities were better in Ontario, as well. My family which was originally from Nova Scotia, was living in Ontario at that time.
MLA Hanson.
Do you think you'd ever come back? We do need more physicians in Nova Scotia at this moment, and then you could truly be a Nova Scotian in your home. I didn't mean it in that way, but I'm saying, we do need more physicians, and we do appreciate the work that you do. So just think about that.
Okay, well, I'll take that under advisement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, Dr. Nicholas, thank you so much for your time. No more questions from the committee, but we really appreciate your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and hopefully you'll consider as I've suggested. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Susanna? Maybe? Susanna? Good afternoon, Susanna. Good afternoon, Mr. Beliveau. There he is. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Mr. Beliveau. Can we have your audio? Can we have a video as well?
Hopefully.
All right, there we go. Thank you so much. Welcome to Law Amendments. If you could you please state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members of how you'd like to be addressed during our Q&A.
My name is Bob Beliveau. I reside in Halifax and Chester, and you can address me any way you like, although I don't prefer hey you.
All right, well, thank you, Mr. Beliveau. You have 5 minutes to present. I'll give you notice when there's a minute left, and then up to 5 minutes in questions from the committee members. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm counsel at McGinnis Cooper in Halifax. I'm a born and bred Nova Scotian, having worked here all my life. I'm a former chair of the Board of Governors at St. Mary's University and a former president or chair of many other organizations in the city. My direct family arrived in Nova Scotia here in 1631. The opinions I express are my own and my own alone. There are many logical reasons why this bill should be deferred until a further detailed study and analysis of the housing crisis in Nova Scotia, which is not unique to this province, but nationwide. This proposed bill does nothing to address that problem other than to just simply raise discriminatory taxes on a particular group of non-resident property owners who have no representation or voice. You have received many well-written and compelling letters and presentations which describe in detail the shortcomings of this legislation and why this bill should be deferred. I hope the government will take those presentations into account. I'm going to take a little different tack and attempt to discuss this a bit politically. I have an extensive background politically, as I was heavily involved in federal politics for many years in the Liberal Party. I was registered agent in Nova Scotia for the Honorable John Chrétien throughout his career as a three-time majority government prime minister. I've withdrawn from partisan politics and have been apolitical for the last 10 or 15 years. I tend to judge governments based on their performance and vote accordingly. I have to say that in our province here, there's literally no difference between a Liberal or Conservative party anyway. It's just simply a question of personalities and competence at any one point in time. Insofar as this non-residence property tax proposal is concerned, in effect, it's retroactive legislation. Existing non-resident property owners, who in some cases have been owners for decades or generations, were suddenly blindsided by a retroactive tax effective as of April 1. They're caught by it and have no choice but to pay it. I have to say that retroactive legislation in general has a repulsive odor to it and should be avoided at all costs whenever possible. In my view, this tax will do nothing but harm Nova Scotia's good name nationally and internationally. The reputation of a province is no different than the reputation of a person. Once lost, it is very difficult to salvage it. I also have to say that I'm personally offended by the retroactive aspect of this tax. This legislation is being passed in the name of all Nova Scotians when there's no need to do so. If the government's determined to proceed with such a tax, which in my view can't be rationally justified on its merits, it should at least be prospective, not retrospective in nature. At the very least, it should only affect those who decide in the future to buy real estate in Nova Scotia, knowing that if they do, they will face these new discriminatory taxes. At first blush, without thinking much about it, you might think that a tax targeted non-residents, there's no political downside, as those affected don't have the right to vote here anyway. I have to say that in my opinion, such thinking is short-sighted and far from the truth. Over many years, I have witnessed firsthand the effects of poor public policy and the ripple effect it causes. There are tens of thousands of affected non-residents we are talking about, and they are not a homogeneous group. A large number are forced through circumstance to work and live elsewhere. Many of them have cottages or vacation properties in the province when they visit each year. Many of them intend upon retirement to turn to the Nova Scotia roots, either for a considerable portion of the year or moving back eventually.
1 minute. 1 minute.
Okay. Is it going? I am going to move ahead to something else. And that is the issue of unintended consequences. You never know how this legislation is going to affect people. Let me give you one example, and please let me finish this. I'm aware of one particular non-resident who was extremely upset at the proposed non-resident property tax. He works in a very high-end position in Toronto and New York. He travels in a circle of highly connected people. One of his very good friends is a high-level officer in a large corporation who is in the process of investigating a massive investment in Nova Scotia, starting with the number that begins with a B, not an M. This affected individual is so upset that he's attempting to convince his corporate friend not to proceed with moving ahead forward in Nova Scotia, but to move ahead in another friendlier jurisdiction. The question I leave you with is how many times are such things going to occur and you will not have any idea that they are occurring. There are many other things I would like to say, but I know time is short. I just hope that this proposal will be deferred and given proper study, and what should be done is include the effects of the large number of Airbnbs in the metro area, the effect of REITs, and the large number of investment properties in secondary homes.
Order. Thank you, Mr. Beliveau. We'll go to committee questions.
That's the quickest 5 minutes I've ever seen.
MLA Di Costanza. Stanzo.
Yeah, there's no N at the beginning. Di Costanzo. Okay. Mr. Bob, I'm sorry that we had to cut you short. And I've tried actually to say that maybe some of the time for our questioning can be given to the people who want it. So, and we have done that before. Just wanted to, no, it's all right. I was very interested about the idea that you concentrated on was that it was retroactive. That was, I didn't hear that from many before, but to me, this bill was brought in and it's retroactive to a date shows how ill-advised and how unprepared they are with this bill to go back and do that for April 1st. To be for the future is one thing, but to ask the people who've been here for 10 years and 15 years and have it retroactive, to me, shows very, this bill has not been consulted or discussed with, and also the unintended consequences are huge, and I totally agree with you. That's all I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
MLA Nickel.
Just a question to you, Mr. Chair, because I know that earlier MLA Smith allowed this time to be given since he felt his 5 minutes went by so quickly. Could we have done the same thing for this gentleman?
Who? Sorry, who?
Who? Mr. Wynot was given an extended amount of time, so I just wondered.
If you feel
Well, then let him just finish the last paragraph that he was into.
this presentation under the 5 minutes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Beliveau, you can continue with your presentation if you wish. You have 3 minutes.
Well, let me just, I sort of skipped over the last paragraph and truncated it. So let me just tell you what I was about to say toward the end. I think the best thing that could be done here is to table this legislation so that the issue of housing in Nova Scotia can be properly studied and addressed with meaningful proposals that are not seen as punitive against a non-represented group of people who have done nothing but good for Nova Scotia and who have promoted Nova Scotia nationally and internationally. And you've heard that today. You've heard what these people are saying. I've listened to it. I've been online. Listen to what they're saying. So they are hurt by this and through their soul. They just can't understand why they're being treated like this. Such a study should include the effect of the large, and as I said before, the large number of Airbnbs, the effect of REITs, the large number of investment properties, and secondary homes that are owned by Nova Scotians, all of which more directly contribute to the housing problem and regarding which no consideration has been given to date that I am aware of. That's why it needs to be studied carefully and then come up with proposals that make sense. That's all I wanted to say at the end, and I must say thank you very much for allowing me to say that.
So if MLA Hanson?
Mr. Beliveau, I thank you so much for being a presenter today. It's been a long day for every one of us, and I truly appreciate the fact that, you were able to give us some insight, especially on other people's situations that may not have been able to speak today. So I'm always going to speak on what this means when we're sitting when we're in the House and when we're sitting around the table, because a lot of us and my colleagues still don't have any clarity on what this bill is proposing and how it's going to affect all Nova Scotians. So we will definitely have discussions about that, and we take law amendments and the people that come in front of us, all of their concerns very serious. And I just wanted to let you know that some of us are actually listening, and we will definitely put these issues forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
30 seconds left. Mr. Beliveau, if you want to finish it up.
I'll just say one other thing, and I was actually, another issue that I was going to address in some detail was the political cost of this. And I'll try to summarize it this way. The ripple effects of this legislation on Nova Scotians is much more dramatic than first appears. There are a great many voting Nova Scotians that are going to be affected by this, and it's already starting now. I know of examples where it's starting, and it's going to get worse as time goes along on the ripple effects of what this legislation does.
Order.
Affect.
Sorry, Mr. Beliveau. Thank you so much.
Well, you're welcome, and I just will leave it at that then.
Okay, thank you. Is Ms. Hoffman on? Susanna, you're on the phone?
Yes.
Okay, so Susanna, welcome to the Law Amendments Committee. If you could, please state your name for the record, where you reside.
Okay, I was going to try to, I think it was about to go through on Zoom, but I can say it on the phone. It's fine. My name is Susanna Hoffman.
Yes.
And I have a home in Ascotaugan, Nova Scotia, and in Toronto, Ontario.
Okay. Please, and you have 5 minutes to present, and then there's up to 5 minutes for questions from the committee. And I'll let you know when you have a minute left in your presentation. So please proceed.
Okay. Thank you. My late husband, Maury Chaikin, fell in love with Nova Scotia. He bought a home there over 30 years ago, and we spent as much time as we could. He spent as much time as he could before his passing in 2010 with our daughter. Since then, we've worked really hard to keep the house and spend as much time as possible in his favorite happy place, juggling school here and work in Ontario, but making it out as much as we can to our beloved spot. We chose to not subdivide or change its natural beauty. It's a pretty unique spot. It's not an easy rental spot. It's pretty rugged. It's not that far from Nova Scotia, from Halifax, but because we didn't want to change the landscape and the trees and the lake with no one on it, because we both felt very strongly that that's what drew people to Nova Scotia and its beauty. The land next door to us sold about 15 years ago, and they clear cut every single tree and subdivided it, and it sat empty until about 5 years ago. And now I think about 6 of the lots have been sold. Sadly, mostly to Ontario, and I don't think it had to do with pandemic or overbidding or anything. I just think it's who wanted to build on those spots. But back to my story. I feel like we are now being penalized for tripling of our tax, even though we've fought so hard to keep it as pristine and as special a place and not sort of made it a massive Airbnb flipping rental spot or trying to sort of divide it up, as I said before, into units. And we've been loyal people for years. And I understand that there's a huge housing issue that's happening here. It's happening in Nova Scotia. It's happening massively in Halifax and Dartmouth to many of our friends. But penalizing longtime lovers and owners of Nova Scotia for this sort of mad feeding frenzy of buying and outbidding, et cetera, that's been going on in the past couple of years just seems so just really cruel and unfair. It's going to actually make me have to rethink what to do with the property, and I feel very emotionally tied to it because it truly was his favorite place in the world. And again, even the little fish house that sits perched on the water there, it's not habitable at the moment. And I've always felt that if I sort of tore that down or built a big road to build a big new property, it would ruin the coastline for all those wonderful drives that tourists and Nova Scotians take along their bike rides on the Ascotoghan Peninsula. But because of this, it's sort of making me think I won't be able to afford to maintain it in its natural beauty. And again, I'm extremely sympathetic to the issue of housing being massively needed. But I just feel like this is blanketing everybody under the same, I don't know if blanketing is the right word. It's basically looking at everyone in the same bunch. And I think it's much more of an individual situation. I agree with the crazy sort of pandemic buying, feeding craziness from other provinces coming. And I feel for any Nova Scotian trying to buy a place and having their
1 minute left.
Bid, all of that. I'm
1
not
minute left.
sympathetic, but I am feeling like we're being penalized for something that we're not a part of. Hello?
Yes, Susanna, you have 1 minute left. Well, less than 1 minute, 45 seconds left.
Okay, it's kind of hard to hear you guys. I don't know what. That's basically it. I feel very passionate about Nova Scotia, and I just feel like we are being sort of lumped into all in one. All these horrible out of province people coming in, and there are a lot of us who've actually been extremely loyal. I try to spend at least 4 or 5 months there if I can a year. And I also, there's another part with mine. I mean, I offered my home when the Afghani immigration crisis was happening and looking for homes. And honestly, I put my house into a plot there, and we had one taker for a month. It's too rural. It's too out there.
Order.
It's not the kind of thing.
Order. Time for presentation has elapsed. We'll go to the committee for any questions.
Sure.
MLA Nickel.
Hi, Susanna. I just wanted to say I've got Mark's email in front of me, and he's asking for confirmation that your letter and the following points copied have been received and will be acted upon. Oh, that's the wrong person. That's not. I'm sorry. Well, I just want, at this point in time, though, it would be good for the chair to maybe give the process to the people as that we've. I don't know, like anything that's coming forward that is in written format, that it is logged and kept in, in that regard.
Mr. Hebb, can I address that?
Just for future callers.
Yeah, we're distributing to anybody that's presenting, we're distributing it to physically, and if it's just a person's not appearing but has sent in something, you're receiving it electronically, and they'll all be on the legislature website.
Right, so it's on public.
Okay. Order. Is there any more questions for the member? Okay, or the witness, sorry. I see none. Susanna, thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that, and yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks again.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. The Northwood. MLA Nickel? MLA, this is the Northwood.
I was just going to move that we recess for 10 minutes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to recess for 10 minutes. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed? 10 minutes. 5:37. I'm going to let you. Mr. and Mrs. Northwood. Okay, perfect. Order. All right. Do we have the Northwoods on? All right. Good afternoon, Mark.
Afternoon.
So is Linda with you?
She is. She's just sitting off camera.
Okay, no problem. Do you have could you put the video on? Would that be possible?
Sure, I thought the video was on. Hold on.
Oh. First of all, we apologize for the delay, but I just want to welcome you and Linda to Law Amendments. And if you could state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed during questions. And then you'll have 5 minutes to present. I'll provide you with a 1-minute warning when you're coming down to the wire on your presentation. Then you have 5 minutes of questions from the committee members. So right to you, Mr. Northwood.
Thank you. My name is Mark Northwood. I'm sitting here with my wife, Linda. We live in Stouffville, Ontario, and we also have property in the Kingsburg area of Nova Scotia. And you can call me Mark.
Okay, Mark, if you want to proceed, please, and I'll start your 5 minutes.
Thank you. We empathize with first-time buyers as we were once in that position. Controlling real estate prices is imperative, but the bill is targeted and discriminatory towards non-residents that have second homes and not targeted towards speculators. We purchased a vacant lot in Kingsburg in April 2021. Kingsburg, as you know, is a very rural area, and the lot had been on the market for some time. We're not speculators. This was to be our retirement home. We were attracted to the province by its culture, people, and lifestyle. We are currently in the midst of building a retirement home, and we're actually enjoying the process. We had utilized Nova Scotian-based design draftsmen and retained a local builder. The lot was cleared by a local excavation company. Due to this bill, that project is now on hold, and the $1.5 million that we had intended to invest might not reach Nova Scotia. To date, we have spent approximately $200,000 on building materials that might now be lost to us because of this bill. Had we known this bill was going to be introduced, we would probably not have bought the land. We are being told that to avoid the tax increase, we must move to the province within 6 months. We had fully intended to retire to Nova Scotia in a few years, but wish to do so on our terms, not the government's. We are very concerned about relinquishing our access to OHIP. The Nova Scotian healthcare system appears to be overwhelmed. We do not want to jeopardize our future health by moving from a relatively decent healthcare system to one that appears to be understaffed, nor do we want to become a burden on the Nova Scotian healthcare system. The bill does not control speculators that are permanent Nova Scotian residents who impact the urban centres. We've seen this in Toronto, with many condominiums owned by full-time Ontario residents purely for speculative purposes. A high number of those condos are either empty or rented for exorbitant fees. Targeting a rural area does not benefit a city. You should be targeting speculators and individuals that own more than 2 properties in Nova Scotia. Since this bill was presented, social media has been reporting that one member of the Legislative Assembly owns 7 properties. Now, I've not fact-checked that, but if that is true, then the optics are poor. That individual is probably having a more detrimental impact on housing and rental prices than our land is in rural Kingsburg. One could also think that there are many resident speculators waiting to take advantage of the increased number of properties that will be posted for sale by non-residents should the bill be passed in its present state. We've been told that we can avoid the increased tax if we rent our home to a Nova Scotian for a 12-month basis. What studies have been conducted to determine how large the rental industry is in rural areas on a 12-month basis? Many rural properties are 3 seasons only. How will this bill create a rental market for permanent residents in rural areas where employment is typically found in urban centres? How will the bill create more employment in rural communities? Many of the jobs in rural communities exist because of the non-resident owners. There are no big industries in rural areas, so the non-residents provide and support many year-round jobs, such as landscapers, property managers, real estate agents, lawyers, tradesmen, contractors, engineers, surveyors, hardware stores, boat yards, mechanics. The list goes on. These are not low-income wage earners which are at risk with the potential loss of out-of-province property owners. Is it correct and fair to penalize fellow Canadians that do not live in the province and who are not speculators? Perhaps have a tax that targets how long a person owns a property. For example, if they own it for less than 2 years and sell it, they pay a large deed transfer tax. The government should pay more attention to the speculators, both non-resident and residents, that are buying
One minute.
to simply flip them. If this bill is passed, you will see that many non-residents, including those who have deep roots in the province, will be forced to sell their properties. Is this how Nova Scotia treats fellow Canadians or our neighbours to the south that have owned property in Nova Scotia for decades and have had a positive impact on the Nova Scotian economy? Your own finance minister has been quoted recently saying that there are too many unknowns at this point to say whether this property tax will be successful. Should you not do more research before passing the legislation? You are elected by your constituents to practice responsible government. Responsible government comes with extensive research and due diligence before passing legislation. I do not want to see my wife and I's hard-earned retirement savings being used for what appears to be a fishing expedition, as there is no statistical evidence that what you want to achieve will work. Let us all move forward with a well-thought-out plan that achieves the objectives set out in your political platform. Affordable housing with an increase in housing supply, and 2, improved access to healthcare. Both admirable goals, but the plan of action in Bill 149 will not achieve these objectives, not by a long shot.
Order. Your time for presentation has elapsed. I will pass it over to our committee members to see if there are any questions for Mark. I'm seeing no questions, Mark. I want to thank you so much for your time. Appreciate your time and presentation.
If there's no questions, can I add a few more points?
What do you say?
Hello?
Okay. Oh, sorry. Di Costanzo.
Thank you. Mr. Northwood, I'm more than happy to give you the time for my question to finish what you started with. Is it 3 minutes left? I'm not sure. 3 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. We agree that property prices need to be addressed for the first-time home buyer to enter the market. However, the bill needs to be fair and equitable. Why is the legislator just targeting non-residents? How many Nova Scotian politicians own seasonal homes, income properties, etc., either by themselves, through their partners, or via corporations? Should the non-residents who purchased property pre-April 1st, 2022 be grandfathered in? This still does not address the long-term impact the bill will have on the lack of future non-resident purchasers and investors. And to close, can the Nova Scotian healthcare system cope with the influx of people approaching retirement and moving to Nova Scotia to avoid the non-resident tax bill, thus putting a lot more strain on the healthcare system with no additional extra property taxes to offset these expenses? Thank you very much for your time and letting me present.
Thank you, Mark. Have a great day.
And you, thanks.
Thank you. MLA Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to offer a friendly motion to extend long enough to hear the last presentation of the day.
We have a motion on the floor. There's
no end time. We have instructions from the speaker. 6, but there's no end time on it. You don't need a motion.
I retract my motion, Mr. Chair, and happily finish up.
Mr. Stackhouse. Oh. Motion
Then you want to turn it off? Hello.
Hello, how are you? Good evening, Mr. Sackos. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. I'm well.
Good. So, listen, apologize for the delay. I just want to welcome you to Law Amendments. Please state your name for the record, where you reside, and advise the committee members how you would like to be addressed.
Okay, sure. So my name is Harry Stackhouse. I reside in Ontario, and I'll be the one that will ask you to not call me Harry, call me Hank.
Okay. Well, thank you, Hank. So you'll have 5 minutes to present, and then 5 minutes follow-up questions from the committee members.
Super. Okay, a little background. My wife and I purchased property and constructed a cottage in Pictou County nearly a quarter century ago, while we were both full-time residents in Bedford. While we lived in Nova Scotia, we formed lifelong friendships and created family memories while at our cottage on the weekends and throughout the summers, just like so many other Nova Scotians. Since moving away from Nova Scotia, we've been using our cottage between 4 to 6 months a year. In fact, we wanted to maintain our connection to Nova Scotia so much, it's our only owned residence, and it has been that way for the last 12 years. We'd like to move to Nova Scotia, but at our age, the massive waiting list in Nova Scotia for family doctors is just too daunting. We do, however, feel like our backs are to the wall as a result of this new tax. So I'm going to speak on some of my key takeaways from today's excellent, and I would say thoughtful presentations, which also reflect my views. First, why shouldn't we expect thoughtful policy analysis and review? Yet there's no evidence of thoughtful research on the social and economical impacts. You heard today that there has been no evidence of consultation with business, municipalities, associations, or key stakeholders. In fact, we learned today that the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing has just announced a $400,000 contract to, quote, assess current and future housing needs in urban and rural areas to pursue reliable and up-to-date information about where and what the needs are so that the province and the municipalities can make smart policy decisions, end quote. The other topic that has been a lot of discussion today is the punitive and discriminatory tax. So we've heard comparisons to PEI and New Brunswick in terms of their non-resident tax. So here are the additional non-residence property and transaction taxes paid by PEI in New Brunswick as compared to Nova Scotia. The property tax, PEI, is 0.5%, New Brunswick is 0. Nova Scotia is 2%. Transaction tax in PEI is 0, New Brunswick is 0, Nova Scotia is 5. So there are only 3 provinces that tax their out-of-province non-residents with additional taxes: BC, PEI, and Nova Scotia. And this new tax will place Nova Scotia, you heard just there recently, as the highest additional non-resident property and transaction taxes in Canada for out-of-province Canadians. We also heard about the deep passion and connection towards Nova Scotia. You heard firsthand how people feel about Nova Scotia and their communities. We feel the same way. But you also felt all the other emotions that we share as well: anger, sorrow, embarrassment. I cannot begin to imagine that any Nova Scotian government would find these feelings being shared anything but disturbing. So let's talk a little bit about the democratic process and fairness that's been referred to often. 56 minutes of government debate in the second hearing, 36 hours for those affected to prepare for this session, highly discriminatory in nature, pitting Nova Scotian residents against fellow Canadians, not to mention 27,000 homeowners with whom I have to think a majority will learn of a tripling of their property tax for the first time when they open their mail and read their tax assessment bill, which, by the way, will be retroactive, as you've heard, with no chance of having a voice. So lastly, the Minister of Finance recalled an anecdotal interaction in Inverness with the owner of a Cadillac with Ontario plates snapping up properties and taking them off the market, which was, by the way, in a response to a question from a member on what the genesis of the tax was. So in my opinion, this is the exact reason why this bill should be revisited. The minister's example of targeting speculative buying is what I believe they intended all along. My understanding is that with the original messaging to communities in the early conception of this bill was to do exactly that: identify, target, and put a stop to speculative buying, which I believe is something that non-resident homeowners who care about Nova Scotia could and would rally behind. Somehow this bill lost its way when the revenue. 1 minute. Somehow this bill lost its way when the revenue became the main driver versus real and quantifiable root causes being identified and addressed. So, if advice to government, if you were to ask, hit the pause button. Don't create two classes of residents. Do your research first, not after. Take the time to create meaningful strategies. Most importantly, share those with the counties, communities, stakeholders throughout Nova Scotia to allow them to integrate those strategies and measures within their own communities. After all, they're the ones on the ground who will be integral to addressing and solving the housing issues facing Nova Scotia. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sackhouse. Is there any questions? MLA Hanson.
Thank you, Hank. I really appreciate the presentation and the energy behind it. And thank you for the suggestions, because I truly believe that we need to continue to consult and make sure that we're listening to those that this bill and this piece of legislation would affect. I just want to say that I'm glad to hear that you're listening to Ledge TV, or you're actually listening to what we're saying in the House, because there's a lot of relevant things that are being said around the table, and we're hoping that all Nova Scotians are listening. So once again, thank you for your presentation and the energy behind that, and we will continue to push forward when we sit in the House in the next little bit.
Thank you. I hope that the listening continues.
MLA Nickel.
Hi, Hank. I just wondered, in all of your research and the comments that you've made, you say about stopping land speculators. Have you come across a method to do that?
Well, I know that there are certainly ways, this is where I'm a little confused, because it seems that there is research out there on how you could try to stop speculative buyers. But I would, and BC is a good example. I did a fair bit just studying the overall kind of reaction to their new laws they put in place in 2018 and 19. And there is a good study there that talks about how you can stop multiple owners who are just flipping properties. There's a vacant house tax that Vancouver alone is implementing. They've been specific in saying that they're going to apply taxes where the problems exist, not just, as I've heard it, using a blunt instrument where you would then just hit everybody in a massive wide net. So I think there is documents out there, there is research out there that I think would guide the government. All they have to do is look.
No other questions there, Hank, from the committee. So I want to thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us this afternoon and present.
My pleasure. Thank you very much.
Have a great afternoon.
Thank you. You too.
That concludes business for law amendments for today. The meeting on law amendments for April 14th, 22 is now adjourned.